Testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing.
Okay, members, apologies for that slight delay. We're just having a wee technical issue. You're all very welcome to the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee meeting in January. So we'll just get straight into it. First item is apologies. I have an apology for Councillor McNally. Are there any other apologies from the floor? Not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so we'll move on to the next item. Item 2, declarations of interest. As usual, we'll just take those as we go. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 3. So starting with 3.1, with 4 information items here. So 3.1, the advance notice of listing of 41 Kilvergan Road, Armagh. We're handing over to Helen Stoops, Principal Planning Officer, to present this item. So over to yourself, Helen.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The Department for Communities wrote to the Council on the 3rd of December, taking views.
Just double check you're off mute.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Okay, do you want to try again there, Helen? To see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Helen, can you continue to speak to see if we can hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yep, that's you now.
Okay. Apologies for that, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The Department for Communities wrote to the Council on the 3rd of December seeking views on the proposed listing of Laurel Mount at 41 Kilvergan Road, Armagh, a copy of which can be found at Appendix 1. In addition, on the 6th of December, an email was received from DFC's Assistant Director for Historic Environment Division suggesting that the Council may wish to serve a building preservation notice on the building due to 2 pending planning applications directly affecting the site. In response to the request for a building preservation notice, officers carried out a number of site inspections and became aware that features of the building had changed from DFC's initial assessment. As a result of the changes to the building, officers sought confirmation from DFC that its opinion on the proposed listing remained unchanged. Subsequently, DFC confirmed in writing on the 11th of January that the building no longer meets the legislative test as a building of special architectural or historic interest. Members will be aware that this item and the building preservation notice were originally listed for decision. However, due to recent events and correspondence from DFC on Laurel Mount, this report sets out an up-to-date position on both matters. Listed buildings are those buildings designated through the listing process as being of special architectural or historic interest under Section 80 of the 2011 Planning Act. It was DFC's initial view that Laurel Mount was of special architectural and historic interest, and as part of the listing process, council were consulted. As Laurel Mount was affected by 2 pending planning applications, DFC suggested that the council may wish to serve a building preservation notice on the building. A building preservation notice is a form of temporary listing which provides statutory protection to a non-listed building for a period of 6 months. The 2011 Planning Act gives councils this discretionary power to serve a building preservation notice on the owner and occupiers of an unlisted building where they consider it is of special architectural or historic interest and it is in danger of demolition or of alteration in such a way to affect its character as a building of such interest. As part of the consideration of whether it was appropriate to serve a building preservation notice, it was clear that works to the building had been undertaken to alter the property from DFC's initial assessment, which included the removal of several original timber sliding sash windows and a number of slates. As a result of these changes, officers from the council sought confirmation from DFC that its opinion on the architectural and historic interest of the building remained unchanged. Members are advised that DFC confirmed in writing on the 11th of January that the building no longer meets the legislative test as a building of special architectural or historic interest due to the removal of several original features such as windows, slates, and internal fixtures and fittings. And for that reason, they will be withdrawing their consultation on the proposal to list. A copy of their response can be found at Appendix 3. Thank you, Chair and members. This item is for noting and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Helen. Councillor Savage.
Oh, right. Oh. Thank you, Chair, and Helen, thank you for your report. Helen, I was going to ask you a question in around when the features were removed from the house, but you have answered that in your report there. I was just wondering, in terms of going forward, it seems clear that once Windows got that there was a possibility that this building might be listed, significant features were removed to frustrate that. Is there anything as a council we can do going forward to prevent that, or is it just the nature of the beast and the way the system works? So I'd just be interested in Helen's thoughts on that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Helen, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, through the Chair, officers intend to meet with HED to discuss the process and also the sequencing in relation to both building preservation notices and advance notice of listing, more or less to try and address the issues that have been raised through this case. Even such things as giving us an unofficial notice or whatever that they intend to list, and then at least we could turn around or whatever and better sequence. Also another area that we could look at as a council is, at the minute, building preservation notices don't have delegated authority, and that is something that we could review through the scheme of delegation if members were content with that.
Thank you. Councillor Savage, would you like back in? Okay, we have a number of lights on here, members. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and I suppose it's we can talk about this particular instance, but on the wider theme, it's something I do have a problem with, because these agencies come in. You could have a situation where an elderly couple have a house it's about to be listed, and very, very little conversation or cooperation is had with those individuals, and the subsequent listing can place huge and detrimental to their finances impacts on that house, and obviously by default the people that own it. And when they go to, for instance, I know in this case we're talking about sash windows, very reasonable and sensible proposition might be to put new energy efficient PVC windows in. No, you can't do that. You're going to have to use these super expensive versions or go to other lengths to make sure we preserve the integrity of these old rotten sash windows. And if you're going to replace them, you have to use very expensive specialist trades to do so. And it just leads on to expense after expense. It's something I raised with I was communities minister at the time, and the reply wasn't very satisfactory that I got back. So I think in this day and age where we are, where everything is energy efficiency driven, I think there's a complete job of work to be done there to try and back these people off in terms of how much power they have over ordinary folk, ordinary 5/8s who just want to live in a house. They happen to have perhaps inherited, a building that, yes, has historical interest, but it can't be to the detriment of the people, the human beings that live in it. And sometimes in these circumstances, these historical people can be, in my opinion, just too overbearing. And, I'm just surprised in this day and age that they can waive such power without such little recourse from the humans that actually live in the buildings. So that's just a point I want to make.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in, and thank you to Helen for the report. And I guess my question follows on again from Councillor Savage, and I think he was right to use the word that this process has been frustrated by how events have turned out. And I guess my question is around, there hasn't been any recent changes in the legislation that make what has happened in this case more likely than maybe a number of years ago. So it was just some thoughts around that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. I suppose, Helen, would you like to respond to that? A bit about legislation, sort of highlighted by Councillor McClelland there.
Yes, through the chair, suppose prior to the transfer of planning powers, basically listing responsibility and building preservation notices fell to the department. Then upon transfer of functions, councils inherited the powers for serving building preservation notices. So the processes are frustrated now, and they're not aligned as easy as what they would have been prior. To transfer. Now, it is my understanding, or whatever, this has been raised with the department in terms of challenges with, legislation, but it obviously would be a considerable period of time before that is addressed. And I think, in the interim, officers need to work with Historic Environment Division to try and get, a process that tries and addresses what both areas of work are trying to achieve in terms of protecting, the architectural and historic interest of these historical buildings. I hope that helps answer your question.
Thank you, Helen. Yes, it's very informative. You content, Councillor McClelland?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McLinton.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose it's something in the same light as Councillor Savage had said. Does the applicant have any responsibility of notifying the planning officers whenever they're making an application for a site or a building site of the condition of the house or of the houses that's on? I've been past this house fairly regular, and I noticed this last couple of weeks there was a lot of work been done on the roof and removing tiles, etc. But I'm just wondering, does the applicant have any responsibility of notifying the planning officers?
Thank you, Councillor McLinton. I suppose, Helen, would you have any information, or Damien, in terms of the process if an owner of a house is demolishing the building? Will they need to inform the authorities if they're doing that, or is it only the case where if it's already listed they need to do that? Is that one for Damien, maybe?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
happy to take that, Chair. No, the demolition of a building, and in this instance, it wouldn't be necessary. Planning permission wouldn't be necessary unless it's in an area of townscape character. And this building, as I understand it, doesn't sit within an area of townscape character, so works to start demolition of the building would not require planning permission. So the works that are being undertaken to date would be authorised. Unfortunately, that is the case. So there would not be any action at the moment that we could take against the landowner or the developer. Sure.
Thank you, Damien. You content, Councillor Macklin? Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Helen, for the report. And say I've read this report in quite a bit of detail and looked at the photographs, and clearly there was there's a house there that had considerable architectural merit and character, and I suppose from my point of view and my professional point of view as a conservation architect, it's I agree with what Councillor Savage has said. That this has been something that the process is wrong, Chair. That there needs to be something done, that this can't happen. That when something is deemed to be listed, that people can get in and pull the heart out of it, because once it's gone, it's gone. That's it. And if we continue with this attitude of with listed buildings, there'll be nothing left. Where's your history? Where's your heritage? Where's your character of your area? You know what I mean? So look, I've heard other members say about PVC windows and all, but you can't compare PVC windows to sliding sash windows. There's no comparison, from a historically, intrinsic part of the overall look of the building. When you put PVC windows into a house that is sliding sash, it totally changes the character. And I do think one thing that has to be addressed and is that someone who has these buildings, they need help. They need help if they have this additional cost to restore or whatever, or keep the character by putting in these elements. There needs to be some element of financial assistance, whether that be through the cost or through VAT is another thing, through a VAT reduction or whatever. But look, Chairman, I don't know what we do in this situation. I think, unfortunately, looking at the report and seeing what HED are saying, I think it's maybe a bit of a fait accompli, because I think if HED aren't going to get on their high horse about this, I don't think we as a council have, they're the deciding body. And as Damien has outlined there's none to stop this man knocking this down, because you don't need planning permission to do so. So interesting conversation regarding listed buildings, and happy to continue that. If you want to write to the Minister, Chairman, and outline the concerns of the committee in relation to listed buildings, but I would outline them in the lines of cost, as in, these are, buildings that need looked after, but there needs to be assistance to the people that own them when they go to do work. Otherwise, our heritage will be gone, Chair. And unfortunately, I think I do recall in this committee last term, there was a thatched building which was listed, and it was gone. And again, how many thatched buildings have we lost within our area? And again, all part of our heritage. And I do appreciate there's modern building standards and insulation. I do it every day, Chair, and as part of my work. But I don't think those things outweigh our heritage. And that's my thoughts, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I suppose to give my thoughts on it at this stage, it is disappointing. It seems that when the owner was contacted about the potential for listing, the owner then begun this partial demolition work, and though it has begun, there's still 95% of the building there, so it's still potential for listing. But unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to list unless HED bring it forward. So we'll be tempted, as you have said, to sort of write to both HED and DFC outlining whether they should, re-engage in this process to give it one last look, rather than just leave it at 95% and waiting for it all to be demolished. Because as you said, Councillor Nicholson, when it's gone, it is gone. So while 95% of it's there, I'd rather have another chance at it, engage with HED and DFC, noting some of the other points discussed at today's meeting, So I'll be tempted to make that proposal, but I see there's another light on, so I'll bring Councillor Savage back in.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. It's just I totally agree with what Alderman Wilson was saying, and I think last year or the year before we had a few listings coming up, and we said as a requirement in our response that we would ask that the department liaise with the owners, because that's what we don't want. You know, I'm not interested in keep forcing people out of their homes. And I think that the purpose of that letter was to get the department to work with the people, you know, and I think in this case it's been circumvented rather than, you know, trying to help keep the house. So I think that's something that this council is already aware of, and that any listing letters that go out to the department do mention that, to say, please consult with the owners and the residents to see what can be done. So I just want to make that comment, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Savage. Indeed, that was contained in the potential response that came in our decision time package before this additional information came to light. So members, so have no further lights on. So there's a potential just to note this report, but as sort of mentioned earlier, I would be tempted to write the HED and the DFC outlining this situation, expressing our disappointment that they've stepped away from, you know, going forward with listing, that they ask that they have a second look at it, as 95% of it's still there. It is noted in the report from officers that this Laurel Mount building is of a certain historic importance to the area, and that rather than just leave it at 95%, we give it another last chance at it and see what happens. I'd be content if a number of the comments from like Alderman Wilson, Councillor Savage, Councillor McClellan and all the other members who spoke are included in that letter about a wider scope approach to this, about how we go about preserving our historic buildings, and a bit more of a firmer foundation that everyone can get involved in, so that people don't jump to a conclusion and do this kind of work, whereas the hint they're listing, they remove the building altogether because they think it's too burdensome to own a listed building. So I'd like to propose that we write those two letters to both HED about giving it a second chance, and DFC about again giving it a second chance, but the wider sort of envelope with concerns and how we can move forward. I see have two lights on in this issue. I think first was Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Oh, there's a, yes, Chair. That one's all right. Kept looking at that one. Sorry, Chair. No, I'm happy to second that if you're making that a proposal, Chair. I do think that it's worth one more bite of the cherry here to see if HED will. But look, again, it's well, you can try, Chair, but definitely outline the concerns of the committee that was brought up, you know, in relation to obviously the burden, obviously, and if there's any financial or whatever assistance can be done. So yeah, happy to second that proposal, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. And it does go into almost the things that are happening, the Armagh and Lurgan Town Heritage projects, where there's a certain percentage of funding there where for that historical redevelopment kind of work. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just quickly on writing to HED and DFC, and Councillor Nicholson has touched on that the last. I would be concerned that we need some financial assistance coming to the people who own these properties. It's something that the department seems to have backed away from. They wish to preserve, and just like ourselves, these buildings, but they're not too upfront in offering any financial assistance. Going back some time ago, there may have been some financial assistance, I'm not sure, but I think there may have been. But people who are going to retain these buildings would need some sort of financial assistance, and I would hope in the response or the letter back that it would really emphasise that financial assistance would be a big requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Certainly happy to include those remarks within those letters. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just a brief point because I managed to unearth the response I got from Ian Greenaway, to the Director of Historic Environment Division, and it was just one sort of red light line on it from my perspective, and it would be something just I think it's worth a wider discussion. And it says, while there is no statutory obligation to consult owners, and then he goes on to say they're kept informed and engaged throughout. But I do think there's a need for a statutory obligation to be introduced that the consult owners, it just doesn't sit with me that, and I'm thinking of that specific instance, not where somebody's trying to juke around the system and for gain, if you like, or a quick buck. I'm thinking of the people that have inherited, we've had them before where they've inherited a building. These people could be asset rich but very cash poor, and suddenly they're faced with this, they're brought along with it by the officials, and yes, this is what's going to happen now, but they don't have, in my opinion, they don't seem to have their own rights in this in terms of disagreement or change. It seems to be a very, here is what's going to happen, whether you like it or not. And that's the bit I have a problem with, and I know what Councillor Nicholson's saying about, I'm not really referring to PVC being a solution, but what I'm saying is there are other solutions, but there is a dictatorship, if you like, in terms of this is the product you must use and it must be installed in this manner. There doesn't appear to be a lot of wriggle room. If there is wriggle room, I'd like to hear about it, but it's just something we maybe could consider and put to the department in your initial reply to them.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Definitely be happy with including that, and again that conversation about consultation, whether there is any move toward statutory consultation for those owners. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so with a proposal there to write those two letters containing that various information proposed by myself, seconded by the Vice Chair, Councillor Nicholson. We're content with that approach, members? Okay, we're all agreed. Okay, and again, thank you, Helen, for taking us through this report. Okay, members, we're on to the next item for information 3.2. It's a planning enforcement, and again, hand over to Damien Mulligan, Head of Plan, to present this item. Over to you, Damien.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, you'll see from this report that at a meeting of full council in October, an elected member requested a report from planning officers regarding the number of live enforcement cases and also the number of enforcement cases involving A-class and B-class roads merging onto trunk roads. What action is being taken on those and timescales for that action. You'll see from the report, members, that the current number of enforcement cases stands at 483. In relation, though, to the other query, the planning IT system unfortunately doesn't have a facility within it that allows us to extract the information that's been requested, and therefore it's going to have to be dealt with manually, and that will take a period of time. So the process has started, but we're going to require more time in order to obtain that, and once we have it, we will report back on the matter as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take any queries.
Thank you, Damien, for that update. Not seeing any lights on or hands up at this stage, so we're content to note, members. Okay, happy to note. Okay, Damien, we're sticking with you for item 3.3, which is Northern Ireland Plan Statistics, second quarter statistics bulletin. Want to take us through it?
Well, will indeed. Thank you, Chair. Members, on the 16th of December last year, the Department for Infrastructure produced a statistical bulletin in which they provide an overall view of planning activity across Northern Ireland for Q2 of the current business year. You may have noted from the report, members, that of the 11 councils, we received the fourth highest number of planning applications and also issued the fourth highest number of decisions. It's also worth noting that of the 39 major applications received across all 11 council areas, we received a quarter of those, or 25% of that number. That, of course, represents excellent news for the economy of the borough and for our planning income. However, from a planning performance perspective, it demonstrates that the playing field on which planning performance is being assessed is arguably not level, given that some councils like our own are dealing with a relatively high number of large-scale investment proposals, which are extremely resource intensive. Regarding other key points within the bulletin, members, one of the 3 statutory targets for planning, our council was successful in meeting one of the 3 targets, and that was for planning enforcement. Unfortunately, we missed the target for processing local and major applications, although none of the 11 councils were successful in meeting the majors target. With regard to local applications, only 3 councils managed to meet that target, and of those 3, 2 received 40% fewer applications than we did, and the other received 20% fewer. Members will also be aware that the current dip in our performance level is primarily due to factors that date back to last year, including the temporary closure of the planning offices due to the pandemic and the backlog that subsequently developed. There were also delays last year, members will recall, around procuring the IT equipment for staff to facilitate to work remotely. There was a high level of staff vacancy and a significant rise in application numbers received. And indeed, a number of those factors have continued to impact during the first half of the current business year. Nevertheless, moving forward, we are aiming to fill the remaining vacant posts, which will enable us to drive down planning caseloads and return our levels of performance to where they were pre-COVID. One final point, Chair, and I think it's worth highlighting this, is that the statistical bulletin from DFI focuses very much on performance against targets. Our performance is arguably more than meeting targets. It also includes, for example, quality of decision making, and is therefore worth highlighting that the Council has a very strong and solid record in defending planning appeals. We also see only 2% of our recommendations to members being overturned, while in some council areas it's up to 30%. We've also just successfully defended a very complex and challenging judicial review case in which the court dismissed all 9 grounds of challenge. So I think that is a point that's possibly worth factoring in, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions or queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien, for that update. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Damien, for the report. And I don't think there'll be any shocks in this room that, that some targets weren't met, given the last 12 to 18 months that we've all gone through. And in fact, also, which you didn't add in there, Damien, was the actual rise and the in the construction industry and the number of projects and applications that were sort of submitted in the last number of 68 months. So no, look, Damien, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I feel your frustration, because I do believe you're right. It's not a level playing field, because every council area is definitely different. And we do, obviously, and as you say, it's good news, but we get a lot of majors in comparison to other council areas. And I do believe that should be, Chairman, I think that should be taken into account. And Chairman, I think, to support our planning staff and I think DFI need to be written to and say, look, it's okay you setting targets, but you have to be realistic. What we've been through, and also take into account what Damien's outlined there. In relation to our strong record, in relation to overturns, and also in JRs. In fact, one of the JRs we're dealing with, which I think we're going to discuss later on, not naming it, but it's not even our doing. It was DFI's doing. And we're sitting with a massive legal bill because of their decision. So, somebody who's been in this planning committee since the start, I'm actually very proud of our record going forward. And the only question I have for Damien, and he did touch on it there, but a wee bit more detail would be nice. Are you fully staffed in relation to the planning office? Because obviously there's still a bit of a backlog, and we're trying to get through. Is overtime still ongoing? And if you're not fully staffed, when do you foresee, to be said to us, I'm fully staffed with a full contingent, and we're basically getting these numbers down. But Chairman, I do. I'm happy to make that a proposal, Chair. You do right to DFI, because I feel Damien's frustration there. Because they are busting themselves. I know they are in the planning office, working from home and going through difficult times, and then to be given a report which is, like, let's be honest, it's not great, but not unexpected, Chair. But look, but I'm happy to make that a proposal, Chair, and if Damien can address those few wee points, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Before bringing Damien, I'll just see if there's a seconder for that proposal. Councillor Savage is content to second that proposal from Councillor Nicholson. So Damien, just bring you in with regards to some of those queries from Councillor Nicholson with regards to staffing levels and overtime.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, thanks very much, Councillor Nicholson, for your support there. Yeah, it is much appreciated. Look, with regard to staffing, we currently have a 16% vacancy rate within the department. We have eight vacancies. 3 of those are down to vacant posts. 5 are down to long-term sickness or maternity leave. So there is still an impact through that, but we are working through there is a process, obviously, as members will be well aware of. We have to follow due process in order to fill those posts, and we do hope to have those filled as soon as possible. Certainly around the sickness and maternity leave, we're working very closely with human resources to try and resolve those issues as soon as possible. And then on the vacant posts, there is a process to follow there in terms of advertising, interviewing, and so on. And we're hoping to recruit people to fill those as soon as possible. We did have funding granted to us last year, thanks to members, to bring in 5 additional PTO planners. We have brought in 2 of those, but we're still seeking to get the other 3, and interviews for those posts are being held next week. And they will help us enormously if we can get those people in. It's extremely difficult to get the right people at the moment. We're competing with other councils as well, but it is just proven really difficult to get the right people. But we're hopeful that we can do that next week through the interview process. With regard to overtime is continuing. We are using that until we get our vacant posts filled. Just to try and keep a cap on our numbers. And through the overtime, we have cleared more than 430 applications or reached 430 decisions. So the overtime has been critical in terms of keeping on top of the numbers. And the objective always was to use it until we got full staffing complement. And once we were in that position, we could drive the numbers down and start again to try and perform much better against the targets. So that's essentially where we are at the moment.
Thank you, Damien, for that comprehensive update. Are you content, Councillor Nicholson? Okay, members, there's no other lights on or hands up. So with the proposal there from Councillor Nicholson and second by Councillor Savage to write the DFI with regards to those issues outlined earlier, we all content with that approach, members? Okay, members, we're all agreed. Damien, again, we're staying with you for item 3.4, which is an update on planning caseloads.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just some quick figures for you, members, around the last month, the month of December. The number of decisions issued during December was 131. Obviously, we have to factor in the Christmas holiday period, so having regard to that, it still was a fairly healthy number. Unfortunately, the number coming in was 136, so it was slightly higher than what went out. And that gives us a current live caseload of 1504. But what I would say is that as we move to try and fill the post that I was referring to earlier, we are trying to get that live caseload back down to closer to where we were at the beginning of the business year, which was at 1390. Now, if we can do that, given the circumstances that I've outlined, that would be a very positive outcome for us. In terms of call-ins over the last month, we had 6 call-ins, which brings the total for the year 29. And then there is the quarterly enforcement report, members. As you'll see from that, the current number of live enforcement cases, as I mentioned earlier, is 483. We have 6 ongoing appeals, and we have 2 ongoing court cases. So hopefully that gives you an up-to-date picture across the development management and enforcement sections of the department. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien, for taking us through that. Members, this is an information item, so we're content to note. Okay, members, we're content to note. And again, thank you, Damien, for taking us through those 3 items. Okay, members, on to agenda item 4, a report from the Head of Building Control. So we're 3 decision items on this matter. So we'll be handing over to Tom Lowry to take us through item 3.1.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Item 4.1 is a request for the naming of a development of 15 dwellings located off Franklin Park and Guildford Road, Lurgan, and details are contained within Appendix 1. The applicant's preferred name for the development is Franklin Gardens, and the applicant's main reason for the preferred name is because of its proximity to Franklin Park and to continuing with the Franklin theme throughout the rest of the development. Officers have assessed and deemed the proposal to comply with the Council's policy, and recommendation therefore is for members' approval, and I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions or queries, members? Otherwise, need a proposer and seconder. Proposed by Councillor Savage, seconded by Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, for the proposer and seconder for Franklin Gardens, all agreed. Okay, members all agreed on that one. Staying with you, Tom, for 4.2.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, item 4.2 is a request for naming a development of 21 dwellings off Roslyn Avenue and Carrick-Blacker Road in Portadown, and details are contained within Appendix 2. The applicant's preferred name for the development is Roslyn Meadows. Again, the applicant's reason for the preferred name is a continuation of the Roslyn theme, and it also felt that it would be a reference for identifying anyone trying to find the development. The proposed further proposal for the meadow is because that the current land is partially in meadow. Officers have again assessed and deemed the proposal as compliant with the council's policy, and the recommendation for therefore is for members' approval. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I remember when this one was debated at committee some months ago. Okay, members, is there any proposals on this one? Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, remember the butterflies, Chairman? Yeah. But
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Is there a seconder? Alderman Anderson's content to second. So members of the proposer and a seconder for Rosalind Marlowe. Are we all agreed? Okay, members are all agreed on that one. Sticking with Tom for item 4.3, but first I'll bring in Councillor Nicholson.
yeah, Chair, I just wanted clarification interest in this one, so I'd be sitting out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. That's noted. Tom?
Thank you, Chair. Item 4.3 is the request for the naming of a development consisting of 70 dwellings and 1 retail unit, and the site's located at Ogle Street in Armagh, and the maps are in Appendix 3. The applicant's preferred name for this development is St Malachy's Court, and the applicant's reason for the proposed name is that the site is located centrally between St Malachy's Church and St Malachy's Primary School. There will be a small number of units accessed directly off Ogle Street, which they will have an Ogle Street address. Again, officers have assessed the proposals and deemed it compliant with the council's street naming policy. Recommendation, therefore, is for members' approval. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any thoughts on this one, members? Any proposals? Proposed by Councillor McAlinton, seconded by Councillor McClelland for St Malachy's Court. All agreed, members? Okay, we're all agreed on that one. And again, we're staying with Tom for our information item 4.4, update and building control and property certificate application workload.
Thank you, Chair. This is to update members on the current status regarding workload over the past 9 months. Notably, members will see Appendix 4 for these first 9 months of this financial year, we have received 2,457 applications. That comes with a notional construction investment value of just over 187 million into the borough. In the month of December alone, we have dealt with and processed just over 42.6 million worth of construction investment, which hopefully shows signs of a positivity continuing in the area. During this 9-month period, we also undertook 1,836 plan assessments, and a statutory decision notices were issued in all of these. The department has also just completed over 11,300 site inspections in the last 9 months. Currently, with the influx of applications and staff absences, our turnaround times are not quite as fast as we would like, but we are currently working with HR and recruitment to fill vacant posts. So hopefully we'll address this issue and get back on target soon. The department also continued to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyancing of properties across the borough. In the first 9-month period, we have received and administered 3,276 new applications and processed and issued 3,279 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales in the borough. Again, this is for information, but happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom, for taking us through that. Members, is needed for information, but are there any questions for Tom? Otherwise, we're happy to note. Okay, members, happy to note. And again, thank you, Tom, for taking us through those items. Okay, members, on to agenda item 5, which is the confidential report. I need a proposer and seconder to move into committee. Proposed by Councillor McClelland, seconded by Alderman Anderson. Okay, members, I just need to read out the following statement. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, exempt information, we will now be moving into a confidential session of this council, of the council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. let me know when we're back on. Okay, thank you, members. So that's us back. We're on to item 7, which is correspondence, and there's 7.1. Last Damien to take us through it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, this is an item of correspondence that's inviting us to forward nominations or attendees at a Northern Ireland Planning Conference, which comes up on the 2nd of March. It's in the Europa Hotel in Belfast. It's £190 plus VAT per head, members. There will be a range of speakers at it, including a speaker on behalf of Friends of the Earth. There's also the Northern Ireland Retail Consortium are represented, and I think there's a speaker from across the water. I believe it's Edinburgh City Council. Range of speakers on a range of topics. Members may be interested in attending, and hopefully that gives you a flavour of what's involved. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. I suppose any members interested, contact Democratic Services. Okay, members, any questions on that, or we're happy to move on? Oh, sorry, Councillor Toman. I didn't see it.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I'm just noticing the date. I'm just asking, does that clash with the Planning Committee? It's the first Wednesday of the month.
It might. I think it might. So maybe there's not many of us who'd be able to go, but certainly there's plenty of other elected reps who have interest in planning matters. So good spot there, Councillor Toman. Okay, members. We're on to agenda item 8, any other business. There's no any other business item for this section of the meeting. So that's us, members. We're going to go on a short recess and we'll come back in, we'll say about 4:15. Does that sound good? Okay, members, we'll come back at 4:15 for the planning application section of the meeting. Can I ask ICT to turn off the live feed? Turn on the live feed, please. Let me know when it's restarted. Okay, members, good afternoon. You're all welcome to the Plan Committee again. We're on to agenda item 6, which is the list of applications. Before we begin, I just have to read out the following statement. Members of the public are advised that the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held in the Council Chamber in Craigavon Civic Centre. However, due to COVID restrictions, the number of persons who can physically be facilitated in the chamber is limited. As a result, members of the public are only able to view the meeting on YouTube, and anyone wishing to address the committee has been invited in the first instance as an attendee via Zoom. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee or planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors do not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Okay, members, there's a number of applications before us, and as you can see, the order's been slightly rejigged in order to facilitate all those applications. We have people speaking on them to be facilitated first, and then those that do not have speakers will be dealt with later in the meeting. But members, we're still starting with Appendix 1, which is application number LA08/2021/0758/F. And members, you will note there's an addendum report circulated. We have a number of people who will be speaking on this application. However, before we begin, we hand over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. So I'll hand over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The applications for the erection of a residential development comprising of 11 1.5-storey dwellings, private amenity space, parking, landscaping scheme, including wall garden maintenance plan and ancillary site works. The reason the application is before the Planning Committee tonight is because the application has attracted objections from 4 or more separate postal addresses, a petition carrying 20 or more signatures citing material planning issues, and the recommendation is to approval, and if approved, requires the completion of a Section 76 legal agreement. Officers have taken that members have read the report, including the addendum in full, and so this will be a synopsis only. The application site sits within the rural area on a former Forestry Service car park located between Gosford Castle, a Grade A listed building, and a walled garden, Grade B2 listed. The site is located within the historic designated landscape of Gosford Castle and defined as an historic designated park, garden and domain within the local development plan, which is included within the Department's Register of Historic Parks, Gardens and Domains of Special Historic Interest. The site is also designated as a site of local nature conservation importance within this local development plan. While it is clear the policies within the plan do not provide for a total exclusion to development within such areas, in assessing this proposal against provisions of CTY1 of PPS 21, the proposal for 11 dwellings does not sit within any of the acceptable categories and as such has no policy support in relation to Planning Policy Statement 21. Section 6.4 of the Planning Northern Ireland Act 2011 contains the following mandatory provision. Where, in making any determination under this Act, regard is to be had to the local development plan, the determination must be made in accordance with the plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. There are material considerations associated with site, notably the fallback position and extent approval exists in this portion of the site for 23 detached garages. There are no planning conditions or legal agreement that requires those garages to be completed, and these are not required to meet the parking provision within the castle grounds. Betterment of this proposal in contrast to that extent approval, as stated by the Historic Environment Division, they consider that in terms of the overall impact on the castle, the current application is betterment to the existing live application. Restoration of the wall garden to be undertaken prior to commencement of any development as requested through a Section 76 legal agreement. As such, while the application is contrary to PPS 21, officers consider that these material considerations weigh considerably in favour of the proposal and are therefore attaching a determining weight to these in the overall planning balance and exercise. As regards to design, layout and landscaping, officers are content the proposal will create a quality and sustainable residential development. A significant element of planting is proposed throughout the site, including 44 trees ranging from 3 metres to 5 metres, 5 ornamental trees at 3 metres in height, and 200 ornamental and heads planting ranging from 0.30 centimetres to 1.2 metres in height. All areas of park and hard standing are finished in grasscrete, which is a grass block driveway system. The Historic Environment Division have considered and advised that the relationship between the current castle and the walled garden has been lost. The proposal will see the refurbishment of the walled garden and the reinstatement of the path linking it with the castle. This will provide a heritage gain for the setting of both the listed structures and the historic domain. The house type design is sympathetic to the design of the castle, and the massing is such that development not become the dominant feature within this area. Officers have carried out consultation with the Historic Environment Division, who are content with the proposals. The development will make use of the existing access to Mullabrack Road, which will be retained as a private road. It currently serves 23 properties within the castle and is a 6 metre wide shared surface style road, and their visibility space in excess of 2.4 by 90 metres achieved. The internal layout provides for 20 parking spaces provided for the 11 houses. DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, have confirmed the proposed access and parking provision will adequately cater for the existing and imposed parking requirement without any unacceptable impact on highway safety. All the material considerations, notably impact on surface water, protected species and habitat regulation assessment, have been all carried out and undertaken, and there are no issues of concern. An online petition objection to the application has been submitted, which at the time of writing my report, 783 signatures had been signed. In addition, a petition, there has been 66 objections submitted. These have been analysed within the report and the addendum report submitted. Officers have objectively assessed the proposal against all the material considerations, notably the fallback position, the betterment argument advanced, and are of the opinion that these should be given a determining weight in the overall planning balance and exercise in relation to the principle of development. Officers have objectively assessed the proposal against all other considerations, including those raised through consultation and publicity, and are satisfied that any material harm that otherwise potentially could give rise can be offset by the conditions attached and the completion of a Section 76 legal agreement. On this basis, officers recommend the application be approved. Taking through the presentation for members. So that just shows the location of the site within the general area. So it's just outside Market Hill development limit. It's to the east of Armagh City. That's an aerial view of the site. So there's existing car parking area to the north of the castle, and the existing private driveway will retain and be used by this particular project. And that's a site location plan submitted with the walled garden outlined in blue. So as proposed layout is submitted, which shows the 11 dwellings, a terrace to the bottom and then detached to the top with the internal walkway between the castle and the walled garden. These are elevation and floor plans of the dwellings as proposed. And there's the terraced ones, similar materials. Just as the approved garages on the sites, there's an extent approval for approved garages on the site. While domestic, they are quite extensive size. And that just shows the approved elevation of those garages. So there's 23 of them. And as confirmed by BFI Roads in their consultation response, they have confirmed that these were not required as part of the car parking provision for the castle. And that's the internal elevations of the approved garages on this site. That's just a 3D image that's been provided. It shows us in context in relation to what's proposed. That includes the proposed landscaping as well. That's photo one is within the site, just more or less with the access way looking towards the castle. So that's at the current time. And that's just near the top of the car park, standing adjacent to the castle, looking down towards the walled garden. That's just a close-up of the internal walkway. Will come up to that fence. There's an existing fence there. I just wanted to show you that there because that just shows that northern boundary of the existing car park, and then you can clearly see the castle at the other side. Not just a photo from in the walled garden showing the listed wall that's around it and what it is at the present time. So if members were minded to approve this scheme, this would be restored. Just shows internal walls. So obviously it's extensive ivory coverage and salt erosion taking place within the site. So that would all have to be taken back and restored. In the report, I referred to the bee house was in it, but that's still in good condition, and the Historic Environment Division are content that is still as good as it was. So that just shows the elevation treatment of what it looks like. That's just another view from inside the walled garden at the present time. And that's the photograph, the existing gated access to the castle, in which the residents of the castle, that's their access way to it. It's I think it's a code to get into it, but there is a pedestrian route to the right of that, where pedestrians actually, from members of the public, would, I think, sometimes come in and use that private driveway. And this is just a video just to let you know that Historic Environment Division requested like a video to be, it's on the planning portal public website as well, to be included, and it's for the Historic Council. And I thought it might be useful just to append that, just to show members it as well, because the Historic Environment Division found it useful. So if you can play it, that'll be great, Ruth. Hopefully it works. Normally it doesn't work for this, no. Just shows a scheme in context. Historic Environment Division wanted a 3D model scheme of that, illustrating it, required with most applications. It just shows you through the site and shows the grass textile, the surface that have to be used as part of this project, internally as well, on the planting. The elevations were initially proposed render, but Historic Environment Division asked to be stone in keeping with the castle, so that was revised throughout the application process. And that's just the walkway that's historically had been there, linking the castle to the walled garden, so that's to be reinstated. It's just an overview of the proximity between the listed buildings and the listed walled garden. That's basically it. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for that presentation. Okay, members, a number of people who will be making a representation to the committee. First up, we've Alderman Jim Spears to make a representation in objection to the application. Alderman Spears, you're very welcome to this committee. You have 5 minutes. The clock is on the screen in front of you, and it will begin to count down whenever you start to speak.
Well, Chairman, first of all, thank you for the opportunity for being along here. I haven't been at all that many planning applications at this committee, and I am not normally a person that objects to the building of houses or building of homes for individuals. I'm not objecting to In objecting to this scheme, it is not on the basis of objecting to anyone having a home. This setting in Gosford Forest Park is no doubt beside and adjacent to one of the most historic buildings within this council area, Gosford Castle and Coastguard. It must be not only in this council area, but indeed if we look right across Northern Ireland, its historic significance. There is total opposition, as is evident with the petition, and indeed my mailbox from the local community and indeed wider afield for this development to be suggested to be approved. There is widespread opposition, and I've no doubt that the council, having spent a considerable amount of money in Gosford, enhancing and providing a much needed facility for not only the community in Market Hill, but indeed, as you and other members know, for the wider community. I've spoken to the planning officers in relation to this. In fact, I was speaking to the chief planner, Mr. Damien Mulligan, the other day, and informed me, yes, that there was a valid approval currently in this site for garages on the car park. Now, I must say, one has got to question the wisdom of such a decision. And I have looked at the Armagh area plan and the building of houses in the countryside, unless it's an area that is deemed as a settlement area. I can't recall any particular location whereby someone can just on a car park that has a proposal for some garages, they automatically assume they're getting planning permission. Now, Gosford Forest Park is a very historic place, and it's at the heart of the countryside, and in my opinion, contrary to any common sense in planning. I live quite near Gosford. In fact, where I live was formerly owned by Gosford many, many years ago. It's a farm. It was Gosford's farmyard. And I can tell you there is a courtyard equal in size to the rear of my home, which would park probably an equal number of cars to what could park on the car park that we're speaking about. And there are 5 garages within that courtyard. And I just pose the question, if it's okay for someone to build houses on this courtyard, does it not breach common sense planning policy that I or another individual like me with similar circumstances could apply and obtain a planning approval for such a development? You speak about the walled garden, and I know that the walled garden currently is totally dilapidated, and I understand part of this proposal is that the walled garden be reinstated, and I'm not sure who is going to be managing it or looking after it, but if history is anything to go by in terms of this particular development, it has got to be fairly watertight before one would ever dream of accepting any condition that may be put on the application. but there is total opposition within the area for this development. I can assure you.
Sorry, Alderman Spears, time is just up there. I know you're sort of winding up on your remarks, and I know members will be able to ask you questions during the question stages, but we just have to, all play within the rules here at the committee. So that was the 5 minutes up, but thank you for your contribution. Okay, members, next representation with representation from Anne McCrory, Joanna Singleton, and Liam Carroll to make a representation in objection to this application. You're all very welcome at committee. You have 3 minutes in total, so I don't know, is one member making the representation on behalf of all three of you, or split equally, one minute each? Okay, so I guess from 3 to 2, we'll just take it in each of those minutes, and you can split it up if you want. Do you want me to just hold you each to a minute? Yes. Okay, well, with the clocks up in front of us here, would you like to go first, madam? Yes. Okay, I'll just find you here. Yep.
I'm speaking on behalf of the residents who object to the approval for the following reasons. Page 11 of the approval document states the castle conversion has since been completed. This is incorrect. The main body of the castle was not converted and is in a derelict state. There is potential for an increase in parking issues within Gosford. When parking reaches capacity within the proposed development, I anticipate overflow vehicles will park along the internal roadway, causing obstruction and increased danger to pedestrians, cyclists and castle residents. The internal road is narrow without footpaths and street lighting. Although the planning department state breaches of covenant are a civil issue, we ask that they be considered in this case, given the land was publicly owned prior to the transfer by Dard. The applicant owns an occupied home within the castle. We have no confidence in any future management plan arrangements due to the fact the applicant is the only homeowner who fails to contribute to the existing fund used to maintain the roadway, common areas and electronic gates. And in addition to that, I just wish to state that the wall garden, the link, the residents, the current owner of the castle intends to block that access.
Me not on mute, sorry. Stop the clock there. So the next member, presenter 2, got your red light on there. So we'll, again, it'll begin to count down whenever you start.
Insufficient weight has been placed on the negative impacts, potential harm and significant public objections of over 800 petitioners, and the bigger picture here, that a housing estate adjacent to a historic listed building in a historic domain of huge significance to the community is completely inappropriate. Excessive weight has been wrongly applied to the fallback position and betterment issue of the walled garden. For the fallback position, planners have ignored the fact that the original planning permission was enabling only, solely to support the restoration of the castle. This proposal has a different purpose and different impact. Regarding the walled garden, the applicant himself has allowed the walled garden into a state of neglect. He cannot be permitted to rely on this willful neglect as the basis on which to advance his application. I believe there are a number of key policy criteria that have been stated to be complied with which have not, and I can expand on all of these points through questions.
Thank you. And again, you've left 57 seconds for Liam. So I'll just highlight you, Liam, so you should be able to speak into the mic there, and it will begin to count down whenever you begin to speak.
So, yep, the opportunity to speak here today is appreciated. I'm in no way planningly knowledgeable myself. It would purely be, I'm a local resident of Market Hill that has spent many years in Gosford, and my suggestion would be, it would be nice to see some level of public access eventually return to the walled garden. As I remember, initially the plan was that it would be available to the public once every bank holiday, and I've never personally experienced that. And that's about it really for myself.
Can I just reiterate that the link that was, can I just say that the link that has been referred to from the walled garden to the castle, the boundary of the castle originally had a wall around it, and it is the intention of the current castle owners to reinstate that wall. so there will not be access as stated on the plans.
Okay, and you're all within your 3 minutes, sir. And again, members of the committee will ask any questions of you. So I hope you're staying to take part in that. Okay, members, the last representation is from Thomas Bell, Clyde Shanks, to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Mr. Bell, you're very welcome. I think you're on via Zoom. You should see a 3-minute indicator in front of you. If you unmute yourself, just to confirm we can hear you all okay before we start.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, sorry, you've put yourself back on mute, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Mr. Bell. So whenever you're ready, you can begin your representation, and the clock will begin to count down. Thank you.
Thank you and Happy New Year all. I am joined by Mr. Dugan, Mr. Long and Mr. Rand, who are part of the design and legal team. To open, I applaud the comprehensive summary by the officer, making my notes succinct before touching on the objections just heard. Point 1, the proposal followed a comprehensive PAD, which included several design iterations. Refreshingly, the applicant heeded the advice by DFC HED, who not only have no objection, but welcomed the proposal. Indeed, at the request of the Historic Buildings Council, which is notably an extracurricular consultation, their conservation panel critiqued and endorsed the scheme in September 2021. Point 2, the scheme represents a unique opportunity to develop an otherwise vacant private car park. I repeat, private, but currently adds nothing to the setting, and nobody that is accepted by all, indeed including the objectors. Point 3, for the avoidance of any doubt, there is an indisputable fallback position which permits a larger building which could be built at any time. This reduced scheme is softer and sympathetic with the added benefits of A, enabling the restoration of the wall garden at a significant cost of £100,000 prior to any housing. Importantly, this requirement will be protected by a legal agreement, which members will be aware is stronger than a planning condition. B, it reintroduces the historical link between the castle and the garden, which was once lost. And C, implements a significant planting scheme where an orchard once existed. Point 4, while I understand the objector's aspiration the council could purchase the site, this is not the commercial reality, and thus we respectfully say this opportunity, endorsed by consultation, not be lost, predicated on an unrealistic proposition. I further acknowledge that any development near the forest may provoke strong feelings with some. However, I want to rebut the misconceptions. The first is that the proposal in no way restricts the public enjoyment of the wider forest, nor is it in its current condition a dilapidated car park at the heart of the forest or historic site. That is conflation, and respectfully, the DFC experts disagree. To place in context, the forest park is 255 hectares, whereas the site private is a mere 0.66 hectares. This proposal will not adversely impact it, nor indeed has there been a scintilla of evidence to sustain this concern. The facts are rather that the site is currently interrupted by existing trees, already characterised by the car park and housing, and will be further landscaped as part of the proposal. Secondly, the only ecological impact is in fact positive by replacing tarmac with planting, providing a landscape buffer reminiscent of the historic orchard. And thirdly, based on the fallback and restoration offer, it is plainly incorrect to say an approval will create a wide-ranging precedent. In closing, consultees have no objection with the region's built heritage custodians considering the scheme welcome and betterment. It is uncommon, members, that this terminology be used, but that is exactly the terms used in this matter. Framed by this, we respectfully invite members to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, and you are within your time. And just to confirm that, along with yourself, there is a Andrew Ryan Dugan, and a Chris Long with you.
There is indeed, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Long is just off camera to my left.
No worries. And members, Andrew Ryan, solicitor, Ryan Dugan's architect, and Chris Long, archaeologist, and they're available for speaking rights. Okay, members, that's all the representation as noted in the earlier part of the meeting. An addendum report was circulated. So we're now moving into the question phase. So members, do you have any questions for planning officers, the objectors, or the agent? Councillor Savage up first.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe the first question is for Sinead or maybe the agent, sir. I just want to know the current status of Gosford Castle, how many apartments, or what the status. I think the objectors alluded to that work on it hadn't been completed. So I just want to know, Sinead, would you be able to advise how many apartments and how many residents? I'm assuming it's in the 20s because of the garages. And Chair, just one further question for the agent. You did mention the fallback, and I just want to clarify, is that something they're prepared to enact should this fail? Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Sinead, do you want to take that question first about the current resident, amount of people in residence, Councillor Savage? Oh.
Or just the status is it full of apartments, or is part of it not finished, or is part of it derelict? Just an idea. I haven't been at the Gosford Castle in years, so I just appreciate that bit of background.
Thank you.
I'm just going to state that the previous plan approval had to be commenced for the fallback position to be in play. Maybe the lady who's speaking, who is actually a resident of the Gosford Castle, might be best placed to, if you don't mind. I don't want to be troubling you, or maybe the applicant would be best to see who actually is occupying the castle. But from our perspective, from the planning, as long as the previous plan of permission has been implemented, and there's no condition or legal covenant asking you to finalise that plan of permission, then it's a live plan of permission, and that's where we have taken it from. So, however, what's the current status of the castle? Unfortunately, Councillor, I couldn't answer that correctly for you. It may be the lady that maybe resides there at the castle.
Thank you, Sinead. Well, bring in the agent first and then go to the castle resident. In terms of the agent, Mr. Bell, in terms of those queries from Councillor Savage about current state of the castle in terms of residential population and intent with regards to the fallback, could you provide a bit more information on those? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure of the occupation rate. I know obviously there was permission secured for 23, not apartments, they're actually standalone houses within the castle, but I guess would be that there would be 5 or 6 that are unoccupied, but I'm not entirely sure, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the fallback position that Councillor Savage asked, absolutely. If planning permission isn't secured in this, Mr. Marks, the applicant, will proceed to develop out the courtyard development, which the Historic Environment Division and the Historic Buildings Council would not like to see. Hence why this process took a 2-year pad to go through the various design iterations. When we started this process, we very much started, don't try and fix something that's not broke. Hence, the actual original scheme showed a courtyard scheme, which didn't actually yield 11 houses, but more like 16. And we had to come back from that because HED, we're saying we want something softer. We want you to bring back the historical link. And indeed, we want you to increase the amount of landscaping on the site. Mr. Chairman, hopefully that addresses Councillor Savage's question.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, and I'll just bring in, I think, presenter 3. Are you the resident? So
yes, so there are 23 apartments on the planning application. 17 of them have been completed and 6 are in a derelict state, and they are in the main body of the castle. So really the bulk of the castle hasn't been converted.
Thank you for that update. You can content, Councillor Savage, that information. Okay, thank you. Councillor McAlin, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. And the question for Sinead. Sinead, the objectors spoke passionately about the loss of car parking spaces and the walled garden maintenance and management plan. Could you give us some more information on that, please?
Yeah, the car park at the present time is in private ownership, so it's not a public car park at the present time and can't be used for that purpose. And the previous planning application that was approved allowed garages on those, and those garages were in connection with the castle. Now, looking at the report in 2006, it wasn't an enabling development argument. It was simply stood on its own 2 feet as regards to BH7 and the conversion of that listed building. In relation to the management and maintenance of the walled garden, there has been a document produced that went through the Historic Environment Division and the Historic Environment Monuments, which is an architectural heritage survey and conservation plan, and sets out in detail the different requirements is required to bring this garden up to restoration, and that'll have to be followed. But ensure if members were in the mind to approve this, rather than a condition, we have sought to have this by a legal agreement, so that had to be done and maintained in that way, and that would have to be done before any works were started in the site in relation to digging of anything, so it'll have to be wholly and fully completed for us to inspect in relation to that legal agreement, and then maintained in relation to this conservation plan.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor McLeod, you're in next.
Yes, Chair, and thank you for letting me in. And thank you to Sinead and all who have spoken. Chair, the queries I have are around the road access, and I'll just read in terms of the objections that are in the report. The avenue leading to the castle is shared with public with multiple crossing points for bike trails and walking paths. An increase in traffic along the avenue poses serious safety concerns for park users. I suppose a couple of questions I would have would be, number one, did I hear Sinead right that this is actually a private road? And I suppose if that is the case, then which of the statutory agencies, if any, would be asked as a matter of course to take a ruling or to take a view on this? I suppose the other general comment I would have, I mean, I have used this avenue in terms of going for a walk with my family in the park, and it's normally on a Sunday afternoon, which is a low time. There is enough danger, there's enough issues, especially with young children and so on. And I just would like to hear some comments if we are proposing to put more traffic, more residents along this particular road. So I would just like a wee bit of clarity and maybe some thoughts around those questions, which are serious questions in terms of sort of health and safety for users of the park. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. Sinead, would you like to respond to some of those safety issues about the road there?
Yes, the existing driveway is private, and we under this application are keeping that private. There was initial discussions with the DFA roads to make this into a maintained public road, but it was kept back because it was not in keeping with the historic castle, because to have a road that's adopted would then require streetlights, etc., and that would be out of keeping with this. We wanted to maintain private. Officers do acknowledge that there are residents that use the forest and would walk along that private driveway. Indeed, I think one of the objectors, could potentially be the lady who's here tonight, had sent in a video even illustrating that, but even when I was out myself, I could see people do. But it is a private roadway. People should know that it's a roadway and they're using it. There wouldn't be grounds to stain it on road safely, that if people are using the park, we're out in the road. In the same way, if you're walking a rural road, you have to acknowledge that there's traffic that's going to be coming up and down. And as pedestrians using it, there's not a facility or walkway through it. That this is a private driveway, and the additional traffic that is to serve this won't have a detrimental impact with regards to the forest users, because it'll be up to the forest users to ensure that they have remorse in relation to the traffic coming up and down, so they pay heed to it basically. The existing residents and indeed the proposed ones will have to drive quite slowly up there, as with any driveway that's private, because of those residents. But in consultation with DFA roads, we couldn't recommend refusing this on road safety grounds.
Thank you, Sinead. Does that clarify the situation, Councillor McLeod?
Yes.
Oh, I'll bring you in here, sorry.
Yes, Chair, thank you to Sinead. Yeah, it does give some clarity, but I'm not sure that it entirely takes away the real health and safety issue that there is, given that there's no footpath and so on. But I'll park my comments there at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, and there was sort of a video mentioned. What one of yourselves? Do you want to comment on road safety matter? Hold on.
Yeah, so I submitted a video to the planning committee, to Sinead personally. That was taken on just a normal Sunday afternoon whenever we were driving down the avenue. And I'm sure Sinead would agree, it was like an obstacle course. There were people with children and bikes. The public have a pedestrian right on foot on that road at all times. However, because the road is private and it's owned by forestry, even though it is private and owned by forestry, it's the residents that have to maintain that road. So we have to fund cleaning of the road, clearing away of any branches that are fallen, and we have to keep the road in a state fit for use. And I think it's unfair now that we now have another housing development pushed on to us. How are we going to control that? How are we going to control access to the road? It's by a private gate. In the last even 4 months, I control the finances coming in, the contributions from the residents and the money going out. And in the last quarter, we have spent over £6,000 just maintaining the electronic gates on the avenue. So we have issues about who controls the new residents coming in. So if there's only 20 spaces for 11 residential homes. So that means that 2 of the homes only have 1 car parking space. So on a Sunday, if you're granny or if you're having a barbecue and you have visitors, even if everybody has 1 visitor and the development is used to capacity, you have an overflow of at least 11 cars on a general day. Where are those cars going to park? What control do the residents currently who have to maintain the road, how can they police removal of those cars on a private road? We have no rights to do that. And for us, that is a massive, massive, massive problem. The cycle trails that cross the road, I mean, if you went on it yourself, you would see people coming out at speed, going across the avenue. Some of them can be quite hostile, the fact that there is even a car on it, not understanding that we do have a right of way to the castle. To me, that is our main massive problem. And I don't understand how Sinead is saying that the street lighting isn't in keeping with a historic development, but yet a housing development right in front of it is. I fail to understand how that's in keeping.
Yeah, that's a good point. Presenter 2. Sorry, which of you is Anne and which is Joanna?
I'm Joanna.
So what's that? Anne and Joanna. No worries, because I don't want to keep her calling you presenter 2 and presenter 3. So bring in Anne. Oh, sorry, Joanna. Joanna, sorry.
I myself am a member of the public who uses Gosford daily, and particularly over the past 2 years, whilst working from home and during lockdown, walk that avenue into Gosford and out on a daily basis. I believe there already is danger to the public because I personally have experienced it when I have had to skid to a halt to avoid collision with oncoming traffic on my bike. So I struggle to see how further traffic cannot increase that danger. I think an important issue to this is also that the castle has not been fully developed. Therefore, the traffic currently experienced on that avenue is not the maximum capacity that we would see already from the prior development that there is going and ongoing within the castle. I would argue then that it is impossible to confidently say that there will be road safety for public along that avenue when we don't actually yet know what the total traffic already is from the traffic alone. And I, with that, would argue that this development and this proposal does not comply with criterion E of policy QD1, which references the road safety and the traffic on that avenue. Thank you.
Could you just quote that policy again?
Yeah, it says a movement pattern is provided that supports walking and cycling, meets the needs of people whose mobility is impaired, respects existing public rights of way, provides adequate and convenient access to public transport, and incorporates traffic calming measures. And it also relates to some responses to objections from the public, where it says about how, if I can find my location.
Okay, take your time.
While there's an increase in traffic officers in the consultation with DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters are content there will be no detrimental impact on road safety. I don't know what assumptions those are based on, but given we don't know fully yet the extent of traffic to the castle because it is still under redevelopment, how can we estimate what traffic there will be? And 11 new homes with 20 parking spaces, and I know outside my own house there are 4 cars. So if that is going up and down, that is a considerable, probably doubling of traffic from what there currently is, and without consideration of the further increase in traffic there will be when the castle itself is fully redeveloped.
Thank you, Joanna.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bell. Sorry, just if a member would need to ask you a question. However, in the interest of fairness, do you have any comment on that one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was very reluctant to cut across, but I appreciate that the third party was allowed to expand on that. I suppose there's 3 points. The first one is that this is not a thoroughfare, it is a private lane. The second point is DFI Road Service, who are the expert, didn't respond once, but several occasions in this project and came to the conclusion of no objection. 3, there's no management plan associated with the extant castle. What is set up by the existing resident, which I credit, it is more of an ad hoc informal arrangement. Importantly, as part of these 11 houses, there is a condition being proposed by the planning team. So those 11 properties coming forward would have to sign up to that, and there would be a management company to look after the lane, the gates, and the communal spaces, including the bin refuge area and the landscaping. Mr. Dugan, I'm not sure if you have anything to add.
No, it's important just to note that the management plan will be part of it, and it'll be calculated to cover all the costs associated with the site and the right-of-way access that the car park benefits from.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Okay, members, there's still a few lights on here. Next, sorry, there's other lights on here. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the speakers so far. And thanks, Sinead, for your report. As usual, it's a very, detailed report on the issue and a lot of the points you address. Sinead, I have a couple of questions, and it sort of ties into the last comments in relation to the roadway. And I too know this area very, very well, and we all know the issues that we have at Gosford in relation to people parking the road and coming in off the road, etc. But is there any proposal as part of this to restrict speed on that existing laneway shared surface? So to obviously appreciate and take into account obviously the activities that let's be honest, since council's got involved with Gosford as a project, it's become a real attraction and has brought cyclists, walkers in their hundreds to it, which was and the play parks, which obviously was the idea of the project from the start. But is there anything within the proposal? I can't see it in the report. If there's any sort of a condition or anything put in to help restrict speed in relation to that. That's my first question, Sinead. And my second question is just, again, I'm trying to get my head around this whole betterment thing and precedent and all these types of stuff. But we've got an approval for 23 garages. Is the applicant saying now those garages aren't needed? as part of the overall development, and therefore we're not building the garages, therefore we want to build houses. I'd like a bit more detail in that from Sinead and obviously the supporter, because obviously the 23 garages are part of the original application, which is part of developing the castle, and therefore they were deemed needed at the time. But now we're sitting here, and I think it's been pointed out that the castle isn't fully developed, and I would support that. I've seen it myself, it's not fully developed. And yet we're now being sort of presented that those garages are, I know it wasn't done in this committee, and I'm very much sort of want to get to the bottom of it, because I just want to fully understand, what was the reasoning for approving the garage in the first place, because that seems to be the crux of the debate here. And I just want to understand that basically, how are those garages no longer needed when they were needed before? And if they were needed before, and if it's being replaced by houses, where are those cars going to park? Because it's been pointed out, and I know the area well, it is a very restricted area. So Sinead, if you can sort of, and obviously the applicant, and I would welcome obviously the objectors to comment on those as well. So thanks, Chair. Bit convoluted, but I got there in the end. Thank you.
No, there's no bad questions here, Councillor Nicholson. Sinead, so there's sort of two real streams of it. So the speed issue on the road, if there's any restrictions there, this issue about need for garages, and then if the project was to be approved, where's the current cars going to be displaced to? Sinead?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Along the access way, there's no provision proposed for restricting the speed in relation to that. It will remain private and outside the control of any speed limits in relation to that yard. So it's kept as is in the present time and not touched at all, that access way. Internally, the provision is made for car parking, which would meet with the parking standards. As officers of the council, we have to balance in relation to providing adequate parking, but in the same way trying to deter people from going and using their car. And that's why the parking standards have been raised. Any existing public rights of way, etc., through the site have all been respected. There's none of them going to be closed or removed as part of this application. And the 23 garages, looking through the history like yourself, it was 2006 and gone through the report and indeed the previous planning application in detail, and trying to get our heads in from the officer's point of view around why was this development approved and why were those 23 garages. First of all, just to make it clear, and we went and spoke with road service not to make sure it just wasn't our officer's opinion in this, those 23 garages were not required for parking provision. They were in addition to the parking provision. The parking provision as approved and as constructed, it meets with the current standards for those 23 residents. They're outside this car parking area. They're to the east of the castle. So these garages weren't required for parking provision. It's clear from the report that went through the application that there was some pushback from Historic Environment Division in relation to these garages and what were they for. But the developer at that time, who's not the current developer, wanted those as part of the overall proposal, and as it came with the renovation of the entire castle, it then was agreed subject to a lower height and different materials, and then they finally were approved. But there was some kickback even from Historic Environment Division why these garages were needed, and then there was a condition attached to make sure they were for domestic and not any commercial purposes, are not used for any residential purposes, because they were quite large and extraordinary garages. But in the end, Historic Environment Division and officers at that time agreed to approve it. And that's what the history of that particular site is, but they're not required for parking. Indeed, if you have shown a garage space, even the present day, that wouldn't compensate for you getting your parking provision. You need your parking provision in addition to a garage space, even currently, but those garages are not required for the parking provision of the castle.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson, do you want to respond to that before we bring back in or Mr. Bell and the objectors?
Please, just, and again, if Sinead can outline just exactly where the parking provision is for it's not clear in the report where the parking provision, the existing parking provision is, Chairman, and it would be useful. I appreciate, the garages maybe aren't about parking provision, but they were obviously deemed needed at the time, and now they're being deemed not needed. It just jars with me a wee bit, Chairman. But look, if Sinead can just sort of give us an overview, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, the parking provision for the castle lies to the east. So outside the red line of the application site. There's a number to the east of the castle, a number to the front of the castle on over, and then a substantial number of a visitor car parking area as well. That's approved as part of the previous extent approval. So it's at the castle site, it's outside this application site. None of it overlaps it.
Thank you, Sinead. I'll bring in Mr. Bell first and associates just on that, the sort of history with the garages and parking provision and so on. Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At risk of being repetitive, Sinead said that the applicant at the time is not the same applicant before us now, it's somebody different. And indeed, when we picked up this project ourselves, we had interrogated the planning files to understand the rationale, because the two-storey garages are surplus to requirement. There's nothing in the planning conditions, nor in any deeds that mandates that they have to be given to the occupiers of the castle. The occupiers of the castle obviously bought those units knowing what they were getting in terms of their car parking provision, and indeed the car parking provision is located around the perimeter of the castle.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And would yourself, Anne, like that?
So I have a copy of the original planning approval, and point 16 clearly states the proposed garages shall be for domestic purposes only, and shall be ancillary to the residential accommodation approved. And the reason given for this is to protect the amenity of the residential units hereby approved. The garages, the apartments don't have any room for storage. So it was also not just for storage of your car, but also any other things that you need for gardening purposes, because there's nowhere within the units that you can store anything. And that's why they were promised to, people bought houses thinking that they were going to get a garage and in fact a tennis court as part of the deal, and that never happened.
So just to clarify that, so as you said, there's 23 apartment or residences in the castle.
There's 23 units.
And when a resident was buying one of those,
yes.
Did it come with the garage, or did it not? Is that not in?
It wasn't promised, but they were built to go with the properties. But it wasn't actually handed over, and they were never completed. But the castle hasn't been completed. So people would have expected that whenever the castle was completed, the garages would have been completed. I mean, at the minute, you haven't even anywhere to store. If you had a sun lounger, you've nowhere to put it apart from under your bed or something. The apartments don't have, the roofs are pitched inside, so you have absolutely no storage. So it was not only storage undercover for a vehicle, but it was also for storage of amenities in the house.
Thank you. And you quoted a section of the previous plan approval. Could you?
Yeah, that actually is the planning approval that was originally given in 2006.
Could you repeat that again for me, please?
So the number 16, the proposed garages shall be for domestic purposes only and shall be ancillary to the residential accommodation provided. And the reason for that, stated on the approval document, is to protect the amenity of the residential units hereby approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you content, Councillor Nicholson, with those responses there? Oh, sorry, I have to go back. Councillor, are you content with those responses?
Yeah, but I'd like to hear what Joanne, is it Joanne, wants to say as well, please. Thank you.
I acknowledge that there already is planning permission for the mentioned garages on that site. And as we've discussed and has been quoted from the original planning permission, the nature for which those were granted differs vastly from the nature in which this applicant is putting forward the proposed plans. It's not just about the presence of buildings. Garages are buildings in which you store things. You store cars, they're empty, there's not people about there. These proposed plans have a completely different purpose and a completely different impact on the residents of the castle and of the general public whose pathways are directly adjacent to the site, and actually there's an elevated pathway which overlooks the site. These proposed plans bring more people, bring more cars, bring more noise, reduce the enjoyment of the park from the public who use it, and intrinsically change the nature of Gosford. Before, it was all about, let's restore the castle, a significant landmark, which is pride of place in the community. You see it in the emblems of the primary school, of the high school. The public opinion here has largely been ignored. And what this proposal says is that Gosford is open for development, that we can open it, that we can put new residential homes in the area. To me, it's very clear, it's very simple, and there are over 830 objectors to this online, and those are the ones who can sign online. A housing estate simply does not belong in the middle of Gosford. It's not appropriate, and to use the argument of the previous planning permission to license further development in the area is simply not a case in my eye, and given the nature of the previous planning permission, I can say that those who'd set that at the time would be aghast at the current proposals that we have in front of us, which are to completely change the ethos of Gosford, to add more people, cars and everything, and should not be considered as a like-for-like development with garages.
Thank you, Joanna. Councillor Nixon, you content there? Okay, next is Councillor Tillman.
Thanks, Chair. Sinead, it's just probably a point for clarity, and you've answered part of the question. The agent did refer to the HED, that they certainly welcome this application rather than the courtyard. You did say that HED certainly don't want to see the courtyard to be built. So just a point for clarity, were they consulted on? Have you any confirmation on that?
Yes, the Historic Environment Division, both monuments and buildings were a key consultee in this in relation to the setting of those listed structures. Now, through the process, we're looking for different amendments in that, but they have confirmed that in light of the fallback position, indeed those garages approved, this is a betterment. And they went as far as putting that into their consultee response to us to say that what's proposed now is a betterment to what previously or could be built without going through us as in the planning authority at the present time. They also showed and went through this project to the Historic Building Council as well, and they're content that the development as proposed is a betterment to what previously existed on this site.
Thank you, Sinead. You content, Councillor Tillman? Okay, Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose just to, from my own personal perspective, just to put on record, I was contacted by one of the residents yesterday about this, but I informed them immediately that I wasn't able to give my opinion on it prior to the discussion, and the person who is a resident in Gosford appreciated that. And I suppose one other thing I want to raise, and I did refer to it earlier in the regulatory part of the meeting, was sort of the online discussion of it. And I know from we're all quite prolific on social media as elected reps, and on the back of that, I was tagged in a few times on the Armagh coverage of the story. And it's a difficulty because we maybe want to respond and explain to people, but it's difficult to do without being drawn into conversation, and then perhaps the allegation made that you're predetermining something. So on that basis, I suppose in this public element of the meeting, it's just to explain my position as an elected representative in the Crucier area, which this application is positioned. It's just to explain to people who had contributed commentary to that I wasn't able to give my view on that, and this is the forum then in which I am able to legally give my view. So with that said, I just do want to refer, and it is an important issue, to the traffic access and parking element of the report, which I feel is extremely important. It states the development will make use of the existing access to Mullybrack Road, which isn't a protected route, and as such, Part B above is not engaged. So I know in terms of other applications where entrances are proposed onto protected routes, it's a pretty arduous process to get over. But with this not being a protected route, it's obviously given rise to planner recommendation to approve on that, and DFI's opinion to approve on that point. But it makes no mention, and I just can't get my head around this, of the very obvious safety concerns when you are exiting onto the Mullabrack Road, because as the residents probably know, and I would value Anna's view on this, or sorry, your name again, if you can clarify. If I would value her opinion on this, because I've been contacted previously just on a road safety point of the issue of cars parking on both sides of the entrance and access to the castle development as it stands. And there's huge issues in terms of visibility. And whilst in the report, visibility is obviously provided, given the fact it is a straight section of the road, it does come down into a dip. It's quite low light conditions due to the tree cover. And then you have the added danger of cars parking on both sides of it, prolifically on both sides of it, right throughout all the summer months. It's something I've witnessed. There's been a number of near misses, a number of accidents. We have the situation where people are trying to access the forest via that entrance, as has been stated, which is adding to pedestrian build up on that particular route. And I know that is legally allowed given the nature of that access and the shared aspect of it. But it doesn't take away from the fact that we have people with buggies and prams then moving onto the road to get around parked cars to get into the castle entrance that side. And also the fact we have residents who are exercising their right to leave and go to their home are experiencing great risk in trying to pull out past parked cars. And I'm just surprised DFI has made, to my opinion, no reference to that, because it's a huge issue. I know previously some bollards were installed. I did witness these in place, and then a short time later they were removed. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if we have DFI representation here this evening. I hope we do, because I would value their opinion on that. They may say, oh, it's an enforcement issue, but it's a live issue, and it's one that I would not be comfortable with encouraging a further development, further traffic, and with that further risk. So I would like a response to that question. And I have other points I would like to raise, but I'll raise them in due course.
Yeah, Councillor or Alderman Wilson, sorry. DFI roads aren't here tonight. I know there was a time where we're coming regularly, but they seem to have stopped coming, which is a bit frustrating, because I always find it useful when you're the DFI roads person who'd be able to give a more articulate view of things. But I know you mentioned bringing Anna in to describe the situation. So Anna, Alderman Wilson's outlined the sort of situation there in the vicinity of that road junction. Do you provide a bit more information with regards to it?
So I had to raise this issue so many times, and we now have a point of contact within the PSNI. I know that Councillor Spears was involved in raising the profile of problems that we had. It is extremely difficult to exit the castle if there's even just one car parked either side. Visibility. There was one Saturday in particular, I know they're saying about near misses. There was one Saturday in particular where I had come in and out of the castle a few times and witnessed, came on the end of actually 2 collisions in that area. They're never cascaded to the police. There's never anything about them. It's extremely dangerous. The speed limit on the road is 60 miles an hour. It's a narrow road, and cars will park and block the footpath completely. You can't see left or right, and you're having to come out. There's a few times every single resident in the castle has had problems exiting the castle and has had near misses. And it is a real problem. Councillor Spears, I know that he was actively involved in trying to remedy the situation. People park there because they have a right at all times to enter the forest on foot, and they don't want to pay the car parking charges in the castle or in the in the grounds of the car park.
Thank you. Hold on.
I submitted photographs of problem car parking to Sinead McAvoy along with the video. And the video does show the extensive parking along that road, coming in and going down the avenue. And that was just on a normal Sunday. And it was video that I happened to keep that I had shown Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Anna. Alderman Spears, now you've been mentioned there. Perhaps you could provide some background in terms of this issue. If you've been involved in it for a while, is this sort of an ongoing issue you're aware of that you've been involved in this road junction vicinity?
At times it's unbelievable, and I've said this in council in relation to the parking at that particular location. I can tell you that when someone made reference to cones being left out, I can tell you where at this moment in time you'll probably find the cones. They'll be probably thrown over the hedge into the river. There's quite a few of them in it, because people see the cones there, they can't park, and they just throw a couple of the cones over into over the ditch. So as far as parking at that particular location, it is absolutely impossible, and I mean impossible, actually to come out. I have actually tried myself, reversed into the entrance and attempted to get out to see what I could see. Now, I was on the outside of the gate, putting me in a position of a person coming out, one of the residents coming out, and as to my left, there's a row of cars parked on some on the footpath and quite a few not on the footpath. And on the other side, to the right-hand side, it's quite usual that there's quite a row of cars parked. So periodically, the police come and put cones there. They have done at my request on a number of occasions, but those cones have been taken away, some thrown away. I've seen them in the river. I've seen them thrown over into the castle grounds, and someone just parks. They park over at the chapel as well and make their way in the road. Now, as far as the safety of people on that particular road, at this point in time, leaving aside a future number of residents either in the castle or in this proposed development, you're taking your life in your hands as a family or as young people walking on that road. And as already has been referred to, there's the bicycle track. They come flying down it. I have been on it myself with my family, and I've seen the bicycles coming flying out across the road, and with a total disregard for people that are on the road, and actually a total disregard for the residents who live there and have the right to use the road. So it's literally it's impossible, folks.
Thank you, Alderman Spears. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I suppose it's got the second point in that regard refers to the garages and what has been stated. There was obviously an expectation that you would have some garage facility, and I'm noting in the new proposal there doesn't seem to be any garage facility. So from the developer's perspective, I'm just curious as to how do they propose to address that for existing residents who had an expectation that in buying a property with, which has some exclusivity in terms of its location and what it offers. And it has been pointed out the storage capacity issues that you have in the building, given that it was a castle and it has been converted and you have to deal with the realities of the construction of that. You've obviously said there was an expectation for garages. Was that expressly a part of the draw to that you would then have space to park your car and you wouldn't just have simply your house and no other capacity or storage ability within that? And then I suppose looking back, if that was not going to be the case, would that have influenced the decision another way? Just if you want to elaborate on that.
Oh, hold on. I think you've sort of your first questions to Mr. Bell in relation to that provision, and then we'll bring in Anne. So Mr. Bell, would like to come back in terms of that sort of provision there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Alderman Wilson. To reiterate, there is no connection, link, deed, planning condition associated with any of the residents' rights over the garage. And while I myself find that peculiar, we are where we are. The two-storey garages could be developed. Just touching on the roads issue, the objectors have made the point, not only on social media, but today that, this would be better served as a car park, but yet we're sitting here talking about the road safety issues associated with 11 houses. So one can't forget that fallback position is there in the form of a car park. 23 garages, which they themselves attract cars. There's no impediment to that moving forward. And the issue, and I hear the objectors and I feel for them, but it's clearly a road safety issue if cars are blocking displays at the entrance, and clearly that needs to be pursued by the PSNI, but it's not something that can be prejudiced Mr. Marks' scheme for 11 houses, which is a lesser scheme than what he could do if he proceeded to build out the fallback position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And Anne, you want Anna to come back on that point? Alderman Wilson, about yeah.
Can I just say that the access to the car park is not where it is now. The existing access to the car park is still open, but blocked over just by metal sort of hoardings. And it is actually into the forest park, and the roadway from the main castle is the access to that car park, not where the proposed entrance is now. It's on the side adjacent to it. So it was never going to be that cars coming to that car park were going to be coming down the private avenue. They would have been coming from the main Gosford entrance along a double avenue, and that's where the entrance to the car park actually is. And using the entrance on the residence avenue, but that's not where the entrance is.
Thank you. Content, Alderman Wilson? Okay, I have no further lights on or hands up. It means I get to ask a few questions. So Beta Sinead, a substantial amount, as sort of been mentioned, has been of weight in terms of this approval has been weighted on this argument of betterment. Just so I can understand it, are you saying that although this application may have some or a certain amount of negative impact, it has less negative impact than the current approval for the 23 garages? And my second question would be like, have you came about and saying that this is this approach is betterment from a qualitative approach, taking into account various aspects, or is there some kind of scoring where you say this is 50% better? So those two queries initially, Sinead, we'll have a few more.
The betterment comes when we are assessing other material considerations. And let's be clear, the application without those other material considerations would be contrary to policy. And that's clear within the report. So we're saying it's contrary to PPS 21, and as the legislative requirement requires officers of the council to do, is you must determine the application in accordance with the plan unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. This is not a greenfield site. This is a site that has history to it. And one of those histories is the fallback position, which is an extant approval, and there's no dispute there is a fallback position here, and that is being considered in relation to most recent plan and case law. Secondary is then what they're proposing, and you have to look at in consideration to that fallback position. So the fallback position is the 23 two-storey garages, and looking at that, the betterment and what is the betterment. And we took the lead there from the Historic Environment Division as the competent authority in relation to the setting of that listed structure, i.e. the castle and the walled garden. And so we had asked them, as I suppose the agent and applicant initially stated that what they're proposing to start off with was a lot more than this, and it had to be dissolved right down to this particular scheme, which in the mind of the Historic Environment Division is a betterment to what previously was there. And we then considered that the Historic Environment Division are content that this is better than what was approved. Then officers, we put determined weight on their comments. So it's not any sort of a scoring system as regards to it. You look at the built form, you obviously look at the use as residential use. If it was a commercial use, industrial use, etc., that may not be a betterment, and in relation to it. And that's no doubt why a condition was added, because the gardens the garages are extraordinarily large as regards to your normal domestic garage now. Hence, the condition was on to ensure those wouldn't be used for any sort of business or commercial purpose. But it was never a condition that they had to be finalised and then used regarding the castle. So for us, for officers in the planning context, we couldn't force that the owner of that build out those garages and have it for the residents for those storage provision. We couldn't, as officers, or indeed the planning committee couldn't make them do it under that historical planning application.
Thank you, Sinead. And just on question my first point, would you still say that there is a negative impact from this, but it's simply less negative than the current fallback position? Sorry.
No, as regards to the design of this proposal, no, the Historic Environment Division said there's no negative impact in this regard to the setting of the listed building. But it would be, as you know, to have houses in the rural area, you have to fill certain criteria as regards to policy. This wouldn't meet it. So if there was no fallback position here, we wouldn't be granting planning permission on this.
And it sort of leads on to the next question I had when we're dealing with houses in a rural setting. Again, I think another member mentioned it, but I can't recall who it was, that if there is the ability to house these dwellings within the limit of a residential settlement, I know it's across the road from Market Hill, could these 11 dwellings be located in Market Hill, as to why the presence of them required in this forest park?
So I'm just waiting for a light come on. I'm not ignoring you unless maybe it is on. There's not a plan assessment for us to look at it that these could go elsewhere. That is not a planning consideration for us as Office of the Council looking at this project, that there could be alternative arrangements for this. It's not part of the planning consideration of this and something we haven't looked at.
Thank you, Sinead. And just a final question for now. It has been mentioned that Gosford Park is a historic designated park. And how does that fit into the principle of having a residential development within a historic forest park? Like, how can that sort of be allowed? Does it happen in other places? I understand the argument in terms of the revigoration or regeneration of the castle into these units in order to save the castle. But it seems that all that's being saved here is a car park. And I'm trying to wait in my mind what the argument is for building these 11 dwellings in a historic forest park instead of a car park, in order to determine whether this is a special situation, which would therefore not be applicable under PPS 21. So that's sort of my query.
Yeah, there's no dispute that this site is within the historic domain of Gosford Castle, and that's clearly denoted in the report. As regards to the residential development, we have judged that in light of the fallback position of it. In relation to other sites of historic and thing, have there been, it's not a consideration for this what happens each where every application has to be judged on its own merits, but there potentially would be an enabling argument at some historic features in relation to having residential development in it. The report clearly states that historically there was no built form in this particular development. There was the orchard, and then there was the castle, and then there was the walled garden. That's how it was a development. However, then came this previous extent approval in 2006, which built out that orchard area in essence in relation to the extent a planning application. And that was how we have judged this particular application.
Thank you, Sinead. Just one final query. I know I've had a lot of your time here. So this, in terms of the idea of betterment, it's been mentioned that a lot of weight has been put on the betterment argument. Would you say that is the critical sort of argument in terms of the approval recommendation, and that a substantial amount of weighting has been placed towards it, rather than certain other aspects that have sort of been raised here?
As officers, we have to have an opinion in relation to what the application is. And in our opinion, as officers, we have put determined weight on A, there's a fallback position. B, this application as proposed is better than what that fallback position is when built out. And C, there's an extra caveat that we would get the restoration of the walled garden. So overall, in balance, we as officers of the council have the opinion that outweighs the application's contradiction to PPS 21.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to everyone who has taken part. There's been a lot of questions asked and a lot of answers given, a lot of opinions given. Mine is just quite simply, listening to what Sinead has just responded to you, Chairman, is that we probably wouldn't be here today discussing this if we didn't have this fallback position in relation to these 23 detached garages. My question is, if the detached garages were to be built on fallback position, would those garages be in keeping with the Gosford Castle and done in such a way, or is there any condition on the original planning in 2006 to say what way or what conditions were passed for the materials and such like to build those garages if we were to go down that road? I'm just looking to see how the garages would sit with the castle as it is at present. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Sinead, do you want to come back on that one, or is it more a question for Mr. Bale in terms of that sort of setting of the previous application? I suppose bring in Sinead first and Mr. Bale.
Yeah, I suppose just to say that that's an extant approval. So whether our thoughts are on whether we like it or not, there's nothing we can do about it. If the applicant wanted to go ahead and build those out, they have got planning permission for it, and there's nothing that we could do about it. Now, there has been some amendments through the previous plan application to have certain materials and reduction in height. It's clear that Historic Environment Division won't wholly overjoyed with the particular garages, but it was approved its scheme as a whole, which included the conversion of the castle. It wasn't enabling development because it wasn't really in a policy that we had at that particular time, which is out now since 2014. But that the applicant go ahead and build those if, without us having any sort of a say in relation to the planning officers.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. That sort of answers the question rather than bringing Mr. Bale. But do you want to come back on that, Mr. Anderson or Alderman Anderson?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Sinead. No, I know we're going back to 2006 here, but really I would like to think that if garages were to be built, that they would be in keeping with what relates to the old Gosford Castle. I'd like to think that the original planning application was passed, but maybe Mr. Bell can tell us if he was to go down that road, what these would look like and whether they would fit in with the historical division as well. We talk about a betterment by doing the 11 dwellings. Would that be better than the original garages if they were done in the right manner? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. And we'll bring in Mr. Bell maybe to just clarify the sort of garages, whether you're in keeping with the Gosford setting, I suppose, the setting of the castles outlined by Alderman Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Alderman Anderson. The arrangement for the garages was in a courtyard that were approved back in 2006. And whenever we came forward with the proposal, as I had said, we chose not to try and fix something that wasn't broke. So effectively what it showed was 16 dwellings in a courtyard arrangement, but Historic Buildings Unit and Historic Monuments Unit didn't like that because they used the term pastiche, which is effectively like artificial, a copycat. And they were basically saying that you are taking the stables and you're trying to replicate that. And while we appreciate you have a fallback position, we would prefer you to do something a bit more contrasting and innovative and softer. Hence why the things like the historical link that would have been there with the original castle was brought back in by making the scheme softer as opposed to the courtyard, by basically being able to give some design clues to the orchard that had previously been there. And Historic Buildings Unit, Historic Monuments Unit favoured that much better. Moreover, as I mentioned in my opening speech, in September 2021, we were asked to go in front of the Historic Buildings Council, and that comprises 15 members from all backgrounds in conservation and built heritage. And they very much welcomed the proposal and understood the design principles of bringing something that had that contrast. So if you think of the Grand Opera House in Belfast, you have the original Opera House, and then beside that you have the modern extension. So it was trying to strike that balance, Alderman Anderson, and I think we've done that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. You can turn to the bell, Alison. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose it's leading on from Alderman Anderson's question. Like, it's clear in the report, the garages are there, the plans, the elevation, you can see it's a recreation of the adjacent stable courtyard. And again, you know, the stage, it is, and I can sort of see in a way where HED have kind of come to this conclusion. And I'm kind of thinking back to what you were saying, Chair, you know what I mean? It's a balance. You know, this is a balance. It's about, you know, sort of we've heard betterment talked about in the chamber, and it comes down to the question: is this better? Is this better? But there's one question I have with the garage. I've been looking at them there because, as Alderman Anderson was talking, I was just looking in detail. Is there a residential element within the existing garages in the central tower? Sinead? It looks like to me there is.
Ruth came out and bring them up. Maybe laid in the garage, but they're never approved as any residential garages, and that's why that condition was on for domestic only. So there was inferences, I think, in the plans in relation to it, but as regards to that condition restricts them being occupied as a dwelling if they were built out, their domestic garages. And the lady, Ms. McCoy, had said about that condition. So that condition was in relation to it, you know, in relation to, I suppose you can't expand it. Can you see, you can see that okay? Yeah. But with regards to us, that condition was restricted from use for any residential dwelling attached to that plan approval.
Suppose my question is, if that's the approved plan and it shows residential, there's a debate there. You know what I mean? I know there's a condition, but you've stamped a plan with clearly a residential unit. It's got a staircase up. It looks like it's got bedrooms with en suites and bathrooms. Is that something we should maybe sort of tease out a bit more, or does the condition take precedent over the stamp drawn?
Yeah, they were approved as domestic garages, so they're not approved as any sort of detached or dwellings in their own right. There may be type, you know, living, you can go up and sit about and have it as a study or whatever, but, you know, as some garages have even now. But that condition was added to make sure they weren't used as standalone residential units. And I suppose the agent said initially the applicant wanted to come in and just replicate that, build it out and convert it maybe to resident, but the, you know, the Historic Environment Division are try the hardest to steer them away from building this out, just due to the fact of the contrast with the castle. And that's what they did.
Thank you, Sinead. You content, Councillor Nicholson? Yeah. Okay, members. Okay, members, that's the big session there. Alderman Wilson, just got your light on time.
Yeah, thanks. It's just a wee bit of clarity. Maybe the agents can provide that in terms of general ownership of the existing accommodation at Gosford. And there was mention earlier of vacant properties in it. Are those unfinished? Are they in a, you know, are they fitted out and built out, or are these apartments that have not been worked on and they are as they were? I'd like to understand that. And just in terms of the actual developer in this case, does that developer own a number of these? I'm just trying to get my head around why we have additional proposals for residential dwellings when we have not fully built out the extant approval in terms of dwelling capacity.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Wilson. Mr. Bell, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Marks, the applicant, he owns the Bastien Gate unit and he owns the car park and the wall garden. I think one of the objectors helpfully had said that was there six that were unoccupied, but they're not in Mr. Marks's ownership.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Clarify it, Alderman Wilson. Okay, members, is there any other questions? Unfortunately, I'm not able to bring in anyone unless the question's asked to them. Well, Councillor Nixon, see your light on there.
Yeah, Chairman, look, in the interest of fairness and hear the full, I'd like to hear what Joanne has to say.
I think my first question is just a clarifying question because I have some confusion and I'm sure people in the room also do. As we've sort of teased out, the applicant here is not in ownership of the area of the castle under development, and other areas of the castle are also are privately owned, as we have a resident beside us. So I can reasonably assume then if garages were to be built, they were not for the actual castle residents at the moment. I also respectfully acknowledge that the Historical Society has said that what they have here is they think the plans are more in keeping or prefer them over the original. And we've already teased out that the purposes of those two planning proposals are completely different. I would argue that if what the Historical Society agreed as acceptable 20 or 10 years ago, 15 years ago, who is to say they are not to change their mind again and what is acceptable in 10 years to come? And this development will have a generational detrimental impact to the forest park as a much loved forest park. And I also, in some of my objections, had said how excessive weight has been placed to this betterment issue. There are areas within criteria D here where it says there is an opportunity of opening it up to the general public, no evidence of which is provided in the proposed plans. And I also would say, again, reiterating my point, that the wall garden is in a state of neglect at the applicant at those who have previously owned it, which includes the applicant over, I think, approximately the last 9 years. So I see it hard to believe that this is one of the key arguments that we are given here in favour of actually allowing this development to happen, and sets the argument that if I let an area next to a historical castle go into complete disrepair, that I then can use that to my advantage to gain planning permission. And I think what's an important issue also to raise is whilst a matter within the deeds and outside of this planning permission and proposal, there is a viable alternative to maintenance of the gardens, which is allowed in the deeds of the original sale of the castle to both allow public access on statutory and public holidays and to allow for maintenance of the garden. I acknowledge it's a different issue, but given that it's raised here as the key issue for allowing this, I think viable alternatives need to be recognised. Thank you.
Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it just follows on from what Joanna has said. And it's been a very helpful intervention because it leads on to the issue of, this, fallback position. But I'd like to tease, how realistic a fallback position is it in many respects? Because if residents had an expectation that garages were going to be built as part of the development and part of their amenity, to address the storage issues, and then that hasn't happened, and now it is going to be taken place by someone who owns a slice of the estate there. Well, then what's the terms for, if those are developed, then is it you will pay me X amount of pounds rent, or you can buy a garage outright? It doesn't sit easy with me in terms of how those residents then could rightfully expect to have that amenity at their disposal under reasonable terms, if that was an expectation at the time. So, what in terms of the developer and his agents are here, what is the fallback? Okay, you take the fallback position. what is the business plan for the fallback position? How is the sale of these garages or the lease or rent of them realised, and what are the terms and conditions put to residents? Because it is a fallback position, so depending on our decision today, there is a fallback position. So I'd like to discuss that fallback position. What are the terms and conditions that residents would be presented with in order to avail of those garages that are going to be built if it's a fallback position?
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, I'll just bring in Mr. Bell. No, Mr. Bell said that the fallback position will be enacted. I suppose what you're saying, Alderman Wilson, if those are constructed, will they then be sold on to residents, rented out to residents, sold or rented out to other individuals? So Mr. Bell, could you provide some clarity just in terms of the fallback?
Of course, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Alderman. The garage is that I don't want to get into trying to goad the applicant onto what he would or wouldn't do, but if and I say this seriously, he will build the two-story garages. They're not normal garages insofar as Councillor Nicholson had pointed out. They are in a courtyard arrangement with amenity space in behind them. They have windows. They're two-story. So planning policy, if planning permission is not secure for this, it gives us a number of alternatives, not least just to then build garages and potentially rent those out or lease those out as storage. The other point I'd like to pick up on, if it's okay, is this suggestion that Mr. Marks, who's had the site from about 2011, his focus really for the last 5-6 years has been the Boston Gate unit, the unit that he still occupies. The wall garden was built in 1820, and this is the first time that somebody's prepared to come ahead with significant financial investment by way of the enabling argument from the sale of the 11 houses to be able to allow that to happen. Otherwise, the wall garden, it's going to continue to be up by ivy and fall into disrepair. The last point is there seems to be the suggestion that the previous custodians, the developer, wouldn't like what has come forward. The original developer was a gentleman called Mr. Arthur Atchison, and he was also the architect, and he's a good friend of Mr. Marks and has no objection to this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I'd just like to tease one point. Sort of you mentioned there that in terms of if this application is refused, you'll build the 23 garages, but then that might not necessarily end up as garages. You're sort of hinting at potentially converting those into residential use, or or the option to convert them into residential uses. From what, just tease that out a bit.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I suppose the point I'm making is that it's a no-brainer, but what they can be used for currently, if developed for storage, but there is a catalogue of other planning policies that would still allow other things to potentially happen in that site because of the fallback position. If the 11 houses weren't approved, that's what I meant.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Alderman Wilson, does that come back in?
I suppose one question's leading to another here, but I would be under the impression if they weren't then, if the fallback position was enacted as it was, and then there was some other, for want of a better word, concoction in terms of what could be achieved here, surely that would be subject to a further planning application if Sinead could provide, and those, that would be, or could be condition led as well. Is that the case, Sinead?
Sinead?
Yes, any further use of those garages if they're built out that wasn't for domestic, as read out the lady in the Ms. McQuarrie, would have to have planning permission, and it wouldn't be for us to comment or predetermine any future application that may or may not come before us at the present time.
Sinead, I suppose we have a few more speakers here. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. And as planning committees do, they do questions, and other questions. But I'm uncomfortable the way this is going, Chairman, because we are almost going into the grounds of what if. As a committee, as chair, we don't deal with what if. We deal with what's in front of us. And I'm concerned that when you're asking questions, what if you build those guys? What are you going to do? It's immaterial. It's a separate planning policy. It's a separate application. We have to deal with what's in front of us, Chair. That's just, I want to put, but also I would like us to go into legal, please, because I have a legal question that I want to ask, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, well, a proposal to go into legal. Sorry, do you want to come? Is that okay, Councillor Nixon?
Sorry?
Is that okay? You know, you've requested to go into legal, but Councillor Savage wants to ask for it. Yep, Councillor Savage.
Thanks, Chair, for that, man. And I was actually going to raise a similar point that Councillor Nicholson's just raised. So I will second his proposal going to legal. And the question I was going to ask before we did that, you know, we're talking about what is, you know, and as Councillor Nicholson's alluded to there, that's not a material planning consideration. So I was going to ask that question. So I'm happy to park some questions have to go into legal.
Do you want that question answered first, or what? No. Okay, so the proposal and the seconder to go into legal advice. Okay, I have to read out this following statement. Pardon?
Just through the chair, I know I had made the last comment about that, and justifying my own reasons for raising that was the fact that there is a fallback position, and simply a discussion around that fallback position, because I think it is relevant in our discussion and has been mentioned a number of times by the developers and our objection representatives here this evening. So that's simply the reason why I raised it, just to put that on the record and be clear about that.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. But with a proposal to go into legal advice here that's been seconded, so I have to read out the following statement before we go into legal advice. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all those members of the public and councillors who are attending the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee via Zoom to a Zoom waiting room. Those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold, and anyone in attendance in the chamber will be asked to leave the room to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as a supporter or objector to the application under consideration will also be asked to leave the room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back into the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve that confidentiality. An official will readmit all those required now. An official will readmit all those required now to leave the room, and those on Zoom will be readmitted to the meeting once provision of legal advice is concluded. Thank you. feed and then readmit everyone back in, please. Okay, so everyone's back in and getting settled. Okay, members, it's been going, I suppose, on for 2 hours, but are there any final questions at this point from any members? Councillor Duffy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a question really for Damien about the road. I'm aware the residents don't own it, DFA don't own it, and Forestry Department appear to own the road and neglecting on safety issues along the road. But any decision made within this council about the road and about access could be enforced, as none of the main bodies appear to own it.
Damien, would you like to provide any clarity?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Duffy, if there's a condition imposed requiring certain measures to be put in place along that private access road, and that's tied into the planning permission, perhaps even preventing occupation of the 11 units until those measures are carried out. But then obviously the work would have to be done, and if it isn't done, then occupation of those residential units could not take place. So that's how effectively the condition would work should we decide to go down that route and impose a condition along those lines. Hopefully that addresses the question for you.
You content, Councillor Duffy? Okay, members, any last final questions here before we move into the debate stage on this item? Not seeing any other lights on or hands up, so we can tend to move into the debate stage, members. Okay, members, we'll now move into the debate stage. So do any members want to give a view as to where they're leaning on this? This one certainly is a complex application here. Do any members want to give a view? Alderman Wilson?
Yeah, I feel just what's been raised, I know we're in the debate stage, but you're asking me, am I leaning any particular way? And I'm leaning in the direction of wanting to get out there and have a good look at this site, but I know that's for the decision phase, but that's where I'm currently at because I have more questions in my head that I think would be more easily charted through if it was actually on site with the planning officer, that some more clarity could be sought. So, but that's where I'm leaning at the minute.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Savage?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sort of leaning the same way as Alderman Wilson. I'm loath to ask for a site visit, but I think in this case, I'm not particularly familiar with Gosford. I've walked around it, but the last time I've seen a castle and the environs there is a long time ago. And what I'd also like for us to consider as well, I'd like maybe contact with the PSNI just in relation to any incidents that have been reported to them. There's been a lot of issues around traffic concerns raised. If they could give us any clarity in it, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm not sure having somebody from DFA here would be of any benefit. They just reiterate what they've said, that no objections to it. I don't think that they'd give any illuminations or any further light on the matter. So, that's where I'm at the minute. I really am loath to propose a site visit after we've had such a lengthy discussion. But I think in this case, it's something I would like to see with my own eyes because I'm not familiar with the area. There's this car park that's vacant. Is it even used? And just even see the castle and the environment. So that's where I'm on at the minute. It's up to the committee as to where to go, but that's where I'm sitting at the minute.
Thanks, Chair. Likewise, I'm swaying to a similar position as Councillor Savage. The site is designated as site of local nature conservation. And I'm not particularly familiar with Gosford as well, and I would be swaying much towards a site meeting, and also given the number of objections, the public interests of this application, and also to protect council's investment, I would feel much more comfortable for a site meeting before I make my decision.
Okay, so a couple of people may be leaning towards a site visit, but any other members have different views, sort of either leaning towards approval or refusal or anything like that? Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. And yeah, you're right. It's been a very detailed debate. And as you know, I went into legals, calling in the legals at the last minute there, and we got the legal advice. And you know, I have no issue with site visit, but you know, Chairman, this is against planning policy, BH6 and PPS 21, and I just can't get myself past that. I can see the applicant has done his best to try and create something that is, if it was somewhere else, I think we'd be going, that is beautiful, it is fantastic, but this is an area of historically important. It's our heritage. There's a precedent being created here, which could, who knows where it would end up. So I don't see where a site visit's going to change that in my mind. But look, I'm happy to go what the committee says. But look, I think we have debated this well tonight. I really do. And I think everybody's had their fair chance to speak and we've looked at it and all. But personally, I just can't get over this. It's against planning policy. And I understand the betterment thing, but to me, that does not outweigh the planning policy. And that's where I am, Chair, at the minute. But thank you.
Any other members have views? Well, I suppose I'll give my own view. Well, I've reviewed, you know, the report quite thoroughly. I've heard the various representations from the objectors and the agent, and I've listened very closely to all of the various questions and answers. And I've come to the conclusion, quite frankly, that the recommendation to approve is wrong, and that it will be more appropriate that a refusal is laid down. And for me, I think it's pretty reasonable, and not only that, but pretty clear, similar to yourself, Councillor Nicholson. This idea of betterment, I think, quite frankly, this proposal is bad. It's whether the previous one is also bad, but I think they're bad in different ways. I think the fallback position is more of a static detriment. This is less so, but then you have residential people who will be living there, creating a precedent for residential development in this area, and what is a car park now, but previously it was never a residential area. I think it does have a negative impact in the historic forest park of Gosford. And again, we need to be very much concerned of the environmental detriment that would have. As has been mentioned, if this was, you know, in another countryside area, you know, not in the forest park, but in the countryside, it would be a clear refusal. I think these residential accommodation or residential units can be well accommodated in a you know, likes of Market Hill or somewhere. I think a substantial weighting has been placed on this betterment argument, which again I've sort of outlined. I'm not actually convinced exists. Like, that's why I asked Sinead about, you know, the percentage terms, how much is it better, how much is the other one worse. For me, they're quite different, but they're also quite bad. I'm sort of surprised that the garages were approved in the first place, but I think that the reason they were approved was that because Gosford Castle was such a historic building that HED really wanted the historic building to be kept, so they were willing to make some concessions, of which the garages were part of. And it certainly is quite clear to me that the 23 garages and the 23 units in the castle were meant to be linked. And while it was pitched, or although not officially legally, that the garages would be part of the apartments. Now, it seems that there was not that legal link, so it has been severed unless the applicant here has tried to put a residential development on it. You've mentioned it, Councillor Nicholson. It fails PPS 21. It really fails feels it quite bad unless you put a substantial weight towards this betterment argument, the weighting of which is certainly too strong, but also the betterment argument, quite frankly, doesn't exist. And I'm very much concerned, as you've mentioned, Councillor Nicholson, about the precedent that this would set residential development within a historic forest park. It's wrong. It's wrong at any time, but particularly the concerns that we have. I mean, as a council, we've declared a climate emergency and the climate impact that will come with this. So I would be of the view that I would be opposed to this application and would be tempted to put a proposal down to that such or support a proposal when we get into the proposal phase. But that's my view of it, based on all the evidence that's been assembled before us here at this committee. Anyone else? Okay, members, just we're in the debate and decision stage. Anyone else want to give a view on it, or we're content to move into the proposal stage? Okay, members, we'll now move into the proposal stage. Any proposals on the floor? Councillor Nicholson.
Chairman, you outlined it in the debate stage very well, and I'm not going to repeat it. I share your opinion, and I propose we do not accept this recommendation, Chairman.
Councillor Nixon, just you're clear, you're proposing we refuse the application?
Yes. Yes, Chairman, it would be a refusal.
Based on the grounds outlined in the debate stage by himself? Oh, sorry.
Louise doesn't want to write them down again, but yeah, I totally agree, concur with what you said, that this is an historic setting. It creates a dangerous precedent, and it basically is the weight, this betterment thing, to me, I'm not comfortable with it. As I say, it's against planning policy, PPS 21 and BH6, in that it's supposed to protect our heritage and our public parks. And this, to me, is going against that. So that pretty much that is summarising what you said. And I know Louise got it. I saw her writing away like mad there. So that is the reason for our refusal, Chair.
Yeah, and I know those were recorded. You know, this is a recording is being kept, but just to clarify, again, I will be seconding your proposal, Councillor Nicholson, again, on the grounds that it doesn't satisfy PPS 21, that this is not a so-called special case, that this will set a precedent. I think a weighting was applied to this betterment issue when the betterment, in my view, did not exist or does not exist, because this is in my view, has a negative impact on the area, although different to the negative impact from the previous fallback position, but nonetheless a different but equally negative impact as well. And again, the issue of setting the precedent of building an historic forest park. So I'd be content to second your proposal to refuse this application, Councillor Nixon. Any other proposal on the floor, members, at this stage? Okay, members, I'm not seeing any other lights on or hands up from elected members. Okay, all members, are we all content or all agreed with that proposal to refuse based on proposed by Councillor Nixon, seconded by myself? All agreed? Okay, members, we're all agreed. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank everyone who presented this committee, if I was an objection or in favour of the recommendation, and the planning officer, Sinead. Okay, members, we've been going on there for about 2 hours and 10 minutes, and I think we're well-deserved comfort break is needed. So we get back here at about 22:07. Could I ask the ICT officer to end the live feed, please? Or IT to resume the live feed, please. Okay, thank you, members. That's us back. We're on to Appendix 4, application number LA08 2020-0453/F. And members, an addendum report has been circulated. Just confirm everybody's in who needs to be. Yep, Councillor McElrath and yourself. Okay, members. First of all, I'm going to hand over to Nicola Craney, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full planning application which seeks permission to change the use from a dwelling to a house of multiple occupation. And there's been a report and an addendum provided to members. The recommendation is to approve. There are 7 objections from 4 addresses and a petition with 103 signatures. There are no objections from DFI Roads or Environmental Health. And the definition of a HMO is set out within the planning report. There's no direct planning policy, and consideration of this is through the SPPS, and the main determining issues are design, character and amenity with car parking and road safety as set out within the planning report. In terms of the principle of development, the site is in Thomas Street, Portadown. Thomas Street is approximately 700 metres long, and the first half of it is within, which is 430 metres, is within Portadown Town Centre, with a mix of retail and commercial with residential. And the town centre ends at the junction with Hanover Street and Meadow Lane. Thomas Street has at present 9 registered HMOs and 1 further property which has planning permission for a HMO. There are currently 3 HMO planning applications in Thomas Street to be determined, including this application. And I have the details of these set out within my report and my presentation. As advised in the planning report, the HMO NI Act 2016, enacted in 2019, now requires all new HMOs to have planning in place prior to registration, because there are a number of HMOs within my list which don't have the benefit of plan permission but are registered. Thomas Street is between the primary retail core boundary and the Anna Bridge, and is a mix of uses, but mainly residential. The current ratio of HMO approved and on the registered to dwellings is approximately 14% for the street. The main issues are in terms of design, character and amenity. There's no physical change to the property which would be visible from the adjacent streets. The property is still residential. I have no evidence of recent amenity complaints on HMOs, and this has been confirmed by Belfast City Council HMO team. And Environmental Health team have advised that they have had complaints in the past regarding waste, but have confirmed that landlords are now taking more responsibility in this issue. In terms of parking and roads, the current parking standard for a 3-bedroom house is 1.75 spaces, and this proposal requires 2.25 spaces, which is only 0.5 more. The site's located only 200 metres south of the town centre boundary, and it's 620 metres from the high street, Portadown, so it's very accessible. A parking survey has been carried out and is being considered by both DFI Roads and officers. And officers have also visited the sites. I visited actually on 5 occasions, including during term time and during school peak time, as well as in the evening. And we're satisfied that there's parking availability within 200 metres of the site as identified within the parking survey. And I'll just go through the presentation. Next slide, please. This is the location of the site. As you can see, it's a route just outside of the town centre, and it extends after the Anna Bridge. It goes into Tandragee Road. So Thomas Street is only really from the town centre down to just immediately south of where the site is located. Next slide, please. This is a view of the site, an aerial view. Next slide. This is the site location plan. Next slide. This is a slide actually showing where the approved HMOs are in the street, the current HMO applications, and the dwellings which are on the HMO register. Next slide, please. This is elevations and plans of the existing and proposed unit. Next slide, please. This is a photograph then from the front of the site, looking towards it from the road. Next slide, please. This is a view on the street. Next slide, please. This is a view then looking up the street towards it, or from the top of the street looking down. Next slide. Oh, sorry. This is from the back of the site. Next slide, please. This is then looking from the Banbridge direction up towards the site. Next slide, please. This is then a view of the site along the street. Next slide, please. And these are just some details of the parking analysis submitted, just so you could see these. Just identifying the adjacent streets. Next slide, please. And these were some photographs submitted in regards to different times and availability of parking on the street at those different times. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So it's just showing availability on the street, which has been considered by DFI roads and planning officers. I think that completes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. And as mentioned, members, an addendum report has been circulated. Okay, members, we have two representations at committee from Councillor McElrath and Mr. Clark, and I'd just like to thank both of you for your patience. I know you had a long wait there. So first up, we have Councillor McElrath to make a representation in objection to the application. Councillor McElrath has joined us via Zoom. Councillor McElrath, you're very welcome. You should see a clock with 5 minutes in front of you. Do you want to just test out we can hear you okay before you begin?
Yeah, can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. So I'm going to hand over to you and the clock's going to count down whenever you begin to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members for giving me time to address the committee tonight. The decision before you members this evening in relation to an application for a house of multiple occupancy in Thomas Street in Portadown is one that has generated much interest in the Armagh community. You have before you a petition signed by 103 people stating a number of concerns and considerations that they, the residents of the area, have. The Armagh area, including Thomas Street, is an area of high deprivation and is a densely populated area with a large proportion of the houses let by landlords. Can I make clear right at the outset, I don't disagree that the application meets planning policy. However, my understanding is that other considerations also need to be factored into the equation before coming to a final decision. I'm also very strongly of the opinion that the planning policy in relation to HMOs is not fit for purpose. I believe there are other material and vital factors that need to be considered in the case. Some issues I believe you as members need to be aware of is the impact the decision is likely to have on other services within this council. I give an example. I personally have reported over 20 incidents of fly tipping in the last 2 months, all within 100 metres of this application address. Environmental services are at breaking point in relation to this area. In fact, a meeting of council management took place recently to try and establish how the fly tipping epidemic in the Armagh area can be dealt with. Almost on a daily basis, council are in the area lifting dumped items. By approving this application, you could potentially add to an already very serious environmental situation. Car parking for existing residents of the area has become a nightmare. In most other areas, each house will generally have one or possibly two cars. By allowing this application to proceed, or indeed other HMOs in the area, then that potentially increases dramatically. In turn, parking spaces that are already at a premium for particularly elderly residents are reducing all the time. Another factor is the unlicensed or unregulated HMOs that already exist in the area. It is common knowledge in the Armagh area that you can rent a room, or indeed, in some cases, a bed for 8 hours. An advert offering a room for rent was reported to me yesterday in an adjoining street. So effectively, a 3-bedroom property with double beds can potentially have 18 persons using the property on a daily basis. Before adding to the problems that already exist, this council needs to regulate existing premises first, in my view. This type of application property before us today was never designed to have multiple occupancy, nor indeed the many adjacent smaller homes in nearby streets. If approval is indeed granted, in this case, can I ask how conditions are going to be enforced? Is 24-hour surveillance going to be implemented, or are numbers using or living at the property not relevant once approved? By permitting this application to proceed tonight, you're potentially creating a Holy Land scenario in Portadown, which will increase the pressure even further on other parts of this council and cause huge ramifications, not just for council, but indeed other statutory agencies. I could add issues of increased antisocial behaviour, including graffiti and criminal damage, to the list which I have reported recently. To summarise, this application may meet with planning policy. I am pleading with you, the members, to factor in the aforementioned serious issues that already exist in the area. Planning policy must be considered, and it has, but I appeal to you to look at other mitigating factors and circumstances as well before making a final decision. Whether this application is approved or refused tonight, I re-emphasise that the planning policy, in my opinion, with regard to HMOs is not currently fit for purpose, and I exhort the planning manager to collaborate with other council departments and bring forward a sensible policy in relation to HMOs in the new area plan. In my view, at the moment, this is a prime example of community planning failure. There are currently 10 HMOs on the register or have planning approval in Thomas Street, with potentially this one and another two to follow. I appeal to the committee members to refuse this application and urgently review HMO planning policy in relation to the number or percentage of HMOs given planning permission in any particular street or area. Thank you, members, for taking time to listen to my objection. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor McElrath. You're well within your time. Okay, members. Next up, we have Michael Clark from O'Callaghan Planning to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Michael, you're very welcome to the committee here, and again, thank you for your patience. And we've had a long wait. Okay, you have 3 minutes. The clock is up here in front of you, so whenever you start to speak, the clock will begin to count down. Over to you.
Good evening, Chair, members. Thank you for facilitating this evening. The applicant is a reputable landlord from the local area who is seeking to lawfully change the use of his dwelling. The dwelling is located in a predominantly residential area, and the approval of this application will retain the building as a residential use. The established character of the area is of mixed accommodation type with single family residences, flats and houses of multiple occupation. The area cannot be categorised as only being suitable for one dwelling type, particularly due to its close proximity to a town centre, and should be able to cater for all types of potential accommodation and tenants. An example being many employees of the local factories and commercial businesses that contribute to the town's economy. Suitable accommodation should be available for these type of tenants, and as such, a balanced community approach is necessary. Further to this, within the strategic planning policy statement under para 6.137, it states that higher density housing developments should be promoted in town and city centres and in other locations that benefit from high accessibility to public transport facilities, as this site does. It should be noted that the parking survey that was undertaken by this practice at both AM and PM peak times was undertaken at a time when many people were still working from home amid the ongoing global pandemic, and at a time when less parking would be expected to be available residentially. Additionally, in the type of accommodation proposed, the likelihood is that the majority of occupants will not have access to a private car. They'll have sought shared accommodation for the purposes of reduced living costs and for a close to town centre location. This location will allow them to avail of the convenience of public transport links and amenities within walking distance from their home, thus reducing the need for a private vehicle. There's therefore little concern in terms of intensification of parking unavailability, and as equally important, it will not force long-established residents to park away from their home as a result of the approval of this application. Overall, the proposal is considered to be compliant with the strategic planning policy statement and all relevant planning policies. The area currently does not have a policy area plan for the regulation of HMOs, and until such a plan is in place, each application must be assessed on its own merits. There can be no concern of this application creating a precedent due to the other previously approved applications on Thomas Street. As the case officer pointed out, there is currently 14% of the street accounts for HMOs. Other council areas, for example, have subject plans in place for HMO policy areas, and generally they would have a provision for 30% of the street. In this case, it's well below that if that was the case. DFI Roads and Environmental Health have both consulted as part of this application process and had no concerns with the proposal. In light of the foregoing, we would respectfully request for the committee members to align with the recommendation of the Planning Department and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, and you're within your time limit. Also, members, Councillor McElrath and Mr. Clark will be available to answer any questions we have. Okay, members, we're into that question phase. Do any members have any questions on this application? Alderman Wilson.
It's just on the wider theme of, and I know the gentleman speaking in support of it has mentioned, and I think Councillor McElrath mentioned it as well, it is around the lack of a if you like, a community plan in this respect. And I would be keen to gauge from planners why that is the case, that we don't have that, foresight at this stage. I know there was a lengthy procedure down, going back to the start of the council where we had a community plan session. We have had discussions at length on the development plan, and we are, part of that involves how we look at our towns and immediate environs of our main streets and that, and what shape they take in the future. I'm just wondering, in light of the fact that we don't have that plan, what does it say going forward then, if we are, if we're bound by these types of applications and the fact that there's existing applications, what does it say for a community plan, and what power have we over shaping that now as of today, as opposed to trying to repaint the picture some time down the line? It's really just a discussion around that.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Yes, I know the next local development plans undergoing. I think maybe Damien would be the best person to come in to sort of talk a bit about that, while this issue is going to be dealt with sort of in broader detail within that new development plan, and what can we do now, so to speak. Damien?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it will, of course, be dealt with in the new local development plan. Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have a specific policy or plan to do with houses of multiple occupation. I think, as the agent touched upon there, Belfast does have a subject plan that was brought in by DOE quite a few years ago. Prior to the transfer of planning powers, DOE introduced that specifically for the Belfast area in light of some of the issues they were facing in areas like the Holy Lands. So similar plans were not introduced in other areas, and therefore at the moment we don't have one within our jurisdiction. So what we're faced with doing is dealing with applications like this in the context of the prevailing planning policy that is out there. And as Nicola touched upon in her presentation, that is the strategic planning policy statement. So what we're really looking to decide here is there any demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance associated with this proposal? And as Nicola mentioned, we're looking specifically at things like amenity, parking, and the character of the area. And I suppose they're the three main areas that we're focusing on in the assessment of the application, as Nicola pointed out. Hopefully that helps, Chair.
Thank you, Damien. That does clarify it, underlines the importance of the creation of the local development plan, that would get that going as soon as possible. Alderman Wilson, are you content with that response? Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you to those that have presented to the committee, and thanks, Nicola, for your report. Nicola, obviously, Damien touched there. There's two key things in considering, HMOs over one's parking and one's amenity, and I do appreciate that. There's no parking standard at the minute for HMOs, which is something, again, I think we should bring up, because that's DFA, Chairman. That if we're going to be faced with things like this, we do need to have some sort of, because the only thing would be akin to it would be apartments. Now, if I sort of equated this HMO to a set of apartments with 8 units, it would be 8, maybe 10 car parking spaces required. Yet we're akin it to a single residential unit, which is not, and I'm not comfortable with that, Chairman, at the minute. So as I say, we've the potential of 8 people living in this unit, and that's potentially a car's, yet we're saying we need 2.25 spaces, 3 in total, you know, if you round it up. So the other one I wanted, I noticed environmental health were consulted, but they had no issues. Again, eight people, bins. There's a very small yard here. Again, we're talking about amenity. There's no amenity for the residents. Never mind 8 people, 3 people, never mind 8 people with a small yard. I have major issues with these HMOs because not in principle, you know, because you know the agent's correct. There has to be something, you know, to allow for this kind of mixed type of accommodation, but not to the detriment of you know, the existing residential area, be it parking, be it amenity. So I'd like Nicola to sort of, and I think it was a Councillor McElrath touched on fly tipping, and again, you know, fly tipping is an issue. It's not only an issue there, we've all experienced it. But if there's no amenity space for bins, you know, people are going to set their rubbish to the side of the street, which again, we come along and lift it. They'll just keep setting it out. They think it's part of the service. But I have concerns. I would let Nicola sort of develop a wee bit, you know, because environmental health just says no objection to the proposal. I'd like a wee more meat to that, Chairman, because as I say, I can't understand how environmental health haven't got concerns, considering the complaints that have been, you know, logged and recorded within this area, has been said by Councillor McElrath, as a bit of a hot spot. And I think we all as councillors know it's a hot spot. But look, from a planning policy point of view, I'm uncomfortable, Chair, because we don't have the policy to sort of really, you know, regulate this. And I know it's not planners' fault, but it is something that I wanted sort of to bring to the floor, so to speak. But if Nicola can just sort of address those couple of wee issues, then I would be a bit more comfortable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Nicola, do you want to come back on some of those sort of environmental health concerns there outlined by Councillor Nicholson?
Some of the issues that Councillor Nicholson's raising would actually be linked to the licensing of the premises, because in the licensing, you have to have management procedures in place in regards to managing the HMO unit. And you'd also have to provide details of, say, antisocial behaviour plans and details of that you've got the right sort of fire safety. So all of that is part of the management process and the process then in terms of applying then for your license in terms of registering it. So as much as we can consider them in terms of planning, and I mean, there could be 8 people living in the property in terms of a family. So, you know, it wouldn't be that much different. It's a 3-bedroom house. But we would have considered just what the detail of that is within the report. In terms of fly tipping, I mean, it's very difficult to say that if it's registered and it's properly managed, that you're going to actually get that issue potentially from here and not maybe from other properties in the street that aren't maybe controlled by licenses and registration.
Thank you, Nicola. Do you want to come back in, Councillor Nicholson?
Just quickly. Yeah, Nicola, yeah, thanks. And I understand that, yes, these HMOs are controlled by licensing. And again, I think it was touched on by Councillor McGrath, you know, we can put that on as a condition, obviously, if this is of the opinion to approve this. But what assurance would there be, you know, in relation to, you know, making sure those procedures are carried out? You touched on, you know, management procedures, you know, that would include bin days, getting the bins out, etc. And I have to say, you know, sometimes these types of accommodation are occupied by people from not locals. They're as is referred to by the agent, you know, who are working in the local factories. And, you know, would that be part of that, you know, sort of trying to, you know, explain and, you know, what exactly it needs done, to manage this situation. I know that this one isn't going to solve the problem in the Anna area, but one less might sort of lessen the burden a wee bit. But what assurances is there, in relation to that going forward? Nicola, thank you.
And just before I bring Nicola in, I think it's important to say the nationality of any future occupiers of the house is not a planning consideration, and we do not take nationality into account when we're determining these plan applications. We'll bring Nicola in if we want to clarify any of that HMO things.
There is both enforcement planning, enforcement procedures, as well as there's issues in regards to the licensing. So they could actually, if you had a complaint in regards to it, then you could make a complaint through both ourselves in planning enforcement, or you could make a complaint in regards to the license. There is potential then that the license would be revoked. So really in potential terms, someone having plan permission and getting the correct procedures in place in terms of managing a property like this, it should be better managed than some of the other properties, including residential properties on the street. So to say that they're going to be responsible for fly tipping or whatever, it's quite a sweeping statement, because this can be controlled more so than other properties that could be.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Nicola. I know of a couple of other lights on here. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the presenters here this afternoon. I come at this application from one who has been a public representative of that area for a lot of years. I've watched Thomas Street develop from which was a street of residential homes, and it has been changing each and every year to an extent that people are very concerned about the number of HMOs that's being applied for and have been passed. As has been mentioned, about 14% of Thomas Street being HMOs, and I think it was Mr. Clark referred to other council areas have maybe 30%. I don't think that any one street should be sort of pushed to go to 30, 40, or what it is, because it's changing that area. I don't think if we moved into any other area in a development and decided to apply for HMOs, I don't think it would happen. It's unfortunate that Thomas Street has went like this, and I have had a place on record. I'm sure other members have had emails from residents in relation to this, and I approach this with an open mind. And I know exactly what's happening here. Numbers being given with 9 + 1 and a further 3, something like, but no planning policy. My question would be to Nicola or Damien, at what point do we stop and say, look, we can't have any more down the street, because if we continue to keep passing these, there will come a day when there will be too many. The area and the community down there just can't sustain it. And as a way of going forward, I don't know who could tell me this, but if these applications for HMOs were halted or to such an extent to be carry out a review. Now, there's been comments here made about environmental issues and everything, and I know as a representative of the issues that's being laid out here, and so does this council. They should know over the years what's happening in our different areas. And I think Damien touched on amenity and changing of the area. Well, if there's any changing of an area, it's Thomas Street. It has certainly changed over a number of years to what it used to be. So if it's amenity or parking issues or changing of amenity or changing of an area, it's certainly there. The slides that went up there in regards photographs of parking and cars on the on-street parking, I can tell you I go down Thomas Street many times each week, and I can tell you on-street parking is on both sides. I get put up slides that would be totally in opposition to what we saw here today. So where I come from in this, really, if Damien maybe could tell me, could we get a review of all these issues that we talk about, that Damien talks about, before we keep passing these as they come before us? And maybe if it needs be, I could maybe ask for a legal opinion. Yes, I would go into for a legal opinion of what takes that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. I'll bring in Damien first to sort of talk about the decision-making processes. You sort of were looking queried on. Damien, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I know Alderman Anderson raised a concern there about, when do we reach that point in time where we think the balance has been tipped and, it's time to say no to proposals like this. And I'll come back to the point I made initially. I suppose it's really about identifying evidence of demonstrable harm to interests of acknowledged importance. That's the crux here. Is there harm being caused to amenity, for example? Is there a parking issue here? Is there a lack of on-street parking? And therefore that, the proposal cannot be accommodated for that reason. Those are the sorts of issues we have to focus in on here. And as Nicola pointed out, there was a parking survey done. There's photographic evidence there at different times of day and different days of the week where, there is considered to be available parking. In terms of amenity, absolutely, point was raised about fly tipping and so on. But again, where's the evidence that you can strongly link that to properties that are in multiple occupation? And that's the difficulty you're facing here is, can you actually make that linkage? And so it really is about trying to demonstrate that there's evidence to refuse this because there's demonstrable harm associated with it.
Okay, Alderman Anderson. Let you back in.
Yeah, to come back, Chair. Yeah, Damien, I take some of your points, but I would say to get evidence, your evidence would be from the people who live in Thomas Street. They are the ones who see what's going on day and daily in relation to environmental issues and parking issues and such like, and the change. So if that's why I'm saying I may seek a legal opinion here in regard to review, but what we can do, because we don't have a planning policy, and these things have been passed before, and I still say, when do we stop? If there's another 10 comes this year, and 10 the following year, do we keep saying we have no planning policy and we still keep approving them? I don't think that's a way that we can go. We need guidance here, and I say that's maybe that I would seek to go into and get legal opinion on this and how we go forward, Chair.
Okay, so proposal from Alderman Anderson to go into legal. Is there a seconder from Alderman Wilson? Has seconded that legal opinion? Okay, members. So I need to read out the following statement again. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all those members of the public and councillors who are attending the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee via Zoom to a Zoom waiting room. Those using dial-in service will be placed on hold, and anyone in attendance in the chamber will be asked to leave the room to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as supporter or objector to the application under consideration will also be asked to leave the room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and you have been moved back into the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential, and all members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve that confidentiality. An official will readmit all those required to leave the room, and those on Zoom will be readmitted to the meeting once the provision of legal advice is included. Thank you. Okay, could I ask IT to end the live feed? Okay, that's us all back. Again, so that's us back in the question phase, members. Any further questions from the planning officers, the agent, or the objector? Councillor McGlinton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and it's a question for the agent, please, Michael. There's been a lot of discussion here around fly tipping, etc. And just to want to make a point, fly tipping is a problem all over the borough. And could Michael maybe give us an update on the amenity for bins, etc., Michael, please?
So I'll bring in Mr. Clark.
Yes, Councillor. So it is the applicant's intention, as per environmental health consultation advice, to liaise with the council's refuge collection service and to ensure that the appropriate facilities and collection arrangements are in place prior to the occupation of the property.
You content, Councillor McGlinton? Thank you. Certainly fly tipping is an issue. Even when I was cycling down Buchanan Lane to get this meeting, see there's a fly tipping issue again. I know it's more rural area, so unfortunately it's all over the borough. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and it's just flowing on from initial comments around the SPPS and I suppose the lack of an accurate policy that we can go by here in council in terms of place shaping on that. And I know that's a debate that's going on in other areas, and I think there's a meeting tonight actually in Armagh about place shaping. So it's something I do have concerns about it, because you have a residential area, and then you are proposing further changes to that in terms of how the residential element of that is used, how that whole area is then seen in terms of is it a tenancy-led area? Is it a home buyers-led area? How do we generate community if there's a lot of people coming and going and turnover of tenancy? And I think we have a duty, and I think it was referred to in terms of it was a high-rise block of flats. There would be specific policy relating to that. And I'm just wondering if Belfast has, I understand it, as was discussed, taken a firmer position on that. And I'm just wondering, with that being the case, and is that where we hope to end up as a council, to have our own policy nailed down in terms of, I know it has been referred to, how many more do we approve or refuse? What's the basis for doing that, and how does that type of accommodation, which has the potential for a rapid turnover based on a whole range of factors, not mostly, it's linked to the town, it's linked to the economy, it's linked to lots of different factors, but what type of, how do we see that being positioned in terms of our wider work around the development plan and of course our community plan? How do we encourage a residential area to become a community? Because I think that's a big focus for our council, and I just feel there's a huge job of work to be done there in terms of the shaping of our towns and our town centres, the economies of it, where we place our businesses, where we place our residential areas. Are we looking for long-term residential type development? Are we looking for sort of short-term fix, i.e. economy related, jobs focused? I just think, and Belfast have obviously taken a further step on this than we have, and I'm just wondering how far away literally are we from following along that track, because I think there's a saying in the legal terms, ignorance is no defence. So I'm just worried is not having a proper policy a defence in that circumstance.
Thank you. This might be another one for Damien in terms of how this all fits into that local development plan and how HMOs are considered in that local development plan and what a timeline is for the LDP. Damien, would you have any sort of clarification for the kind of points Alderman Wilson was raising, particularly in regards to timeline of delivery of the LDP?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Look, I suppose the first thing to make clear is that there is a policy that exists. The strategic planning policy statement is the policy that we can use to make decisions on in relation to houses and multiple occupation. It isn't a subject plan like Belfast have. I mentioned earlier the reasons that the DOE brought that in quite a few years ago, and it does refer to thresholds, which does assist Belfast in making decisions. But if members themselves thought that there isn't a concern or an issue here about the impact of these houses of multiple occupation on the character of Thomas Street, they can make a decision based on that concern. If members are of the view that there's a particular character in Thomas Street that they wish to protect or safeguard, and that this proposal threatens that character, then they could, place determining weight around that. I suppose what officers are saying in the recommendation is that the character of this area is primarily residential. And while this is a proposal for a house of multiple occupation, the residential character as such isn't actually changing. And also, just in relation to that point, there is a need to provide a range of residential accommodation because the demand is there for it. There's a demand for, in some places, for apartments. There's demand for semi-detached. There's demand for detached. And in some cases, there needs to be accommodation for people who live alone but want to be part of some sort of shared accommodation like this one. So it's about trying to meet demand. Coming back to I think the point about the development plan, look, we will be looking specifically at trying to develop a policy around this. And that should be, as we work through the operational policies, members are aware that that's where we are. We're reviewing policy at the moment, and we'll be bringing forward a policy in relation to this type of development as we move forward, which will assist us in making decisions. In the meantime, we don't have it, but we do have the strategic planning policy statement. And I go back to what it does say, is that, if members are concerned about demonstrable harm, and that means amenity, character, parking, then there are reasons, if members want to go down that route, there are reasons to refuse the application. So hopefully, Chair, that addresses some of the points that have been raised, and happy to take any further questions.
Thank you, Damien. You content, Alderman Wilson? Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose it's in the back of what the agent said there, Nicola. Can we condition that they have to consult with environmental health and agree a sort of an amenity plan? Is that possible? And even add into that the potential if the committee's of an opinion to approve this, that we could add in that about the licensing as well. I don't know if you can or not, but just wanted to clarify that, just to give a wee bit of surety.
Now, I haven't suggested that. There's only one condition suggested that, but I'm sure we could put something into a condition in regards to an amenity plan being submitted and approved prior to occupation of the property. So I'm sure we could put something in regards to that, and in regards to providing details then for waste disposal. I mean, that would link in with them having to do that anyway as part of their registration. So I'm sure that that's something that they would be looking at and be happy to provide.
Thank you, Nicola. You content, Councillor Nicholson? Yeah. Okay, members, are there any further queries on this one? Not seeing any further lights on, members, so move into the debate discussion phase. Okay, members, we'll move into that debate phase now. Are any views sort of on this one, or what way people are leaning? Councillor McGlynn.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to make the point. Many of the people living in these HMOs are working in our local economy, spending in our local towns. We're forever giving off about our towns not doing well. These people are spending money in our towns. They can't afford to go on the property ladder. This is their only means of living. So that's the only point I want to make here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGlynn. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I take the point that everyone that's working here and contributing to the economy is to be welcomed. But I do think that there are changing times here in this application, in this particular this street. And of what Damien has said, I think my view would be that this would need to be sent back and to take a legal opinion to see the issues that are involved, and to be some sort of overview be taken of that street to see what changes are regarding parking and amenities and changing of the area and things like that. I still keep coming back to what I'm thinking from the very start was how many more types of these HMOs do we allow into any one particular area? And that's not being discriminated against anyone. It's just, can an area sustain this at the detriment to the ones who are already living there? So I'd be of the view to hold this back to get some more opinion on some more concrete advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think in the absence of such HMO policy, we do have the strategic planning statement. And we have to make a decision on that basis, on what is in front of us, and on its own merits. And on that basis, I feel the officers have made the correct decision here with this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Any other views on this? Councillor Duffy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I understand where most people's coming from and their decisions or their thoughts, about an awful lot of HMOs in one area and Belfast having a policy, us not having a policy, and about parking, about littering. I know down where I live, my mother's actually from up that way, she is, so I know the changes the area from then till now. And down where I live, there's a number of HMOs as well, and there is littering. This goes on, as was pointed out, right across the board, but this decision will have to be made on policy. And I know this council is sort of probably lagging behind and needs to update its policy and as quick as possible, especially in areas like this, but we will have to make a decision for or against on the policy.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. And as noted, even by the objector, that as things stand, this application does meet planning policy. I think we'd all hope that the development plan would come a lot sooner than maybe it's happening, and that a lot of these broader, place shaping kind of discussions can take place. And I know the local development plan will be a very broad document. We'll be able to help us with those. We have to go with planning policy as it is at the minute, and as it's been noted, it meets parking, it meets amenity, it meets all the various characteristics in line with planning policy as it is. I think we'd have to be very conscious of that in our decision. That'll be my view on it. Any other views on this, members? Not seeing any lights on, so we can tend to move into the proposal stage. Oh, sorry, Alderman Milton.
Yeah, no, it's probably pushing back into the question phase, but it's something I just recall having been raised, and that was, I think Councillor Anderson said he could show pictures in terms of the parking of a much higher density of vehicles. And I do note in the report, I think it was provided by a consultant or by the planners at O'Callaghan Planning, and it does show empty streets, if you like, at 6:30 in the morning. And why is that? The purpose of that, is that to show availability of parking early in the morning, or what is the definition? Because I know, Portadown, I'll be in that area now and again, and a lot of people park, to access shops and access different services in the area. And is it accurate then to suggest that those amount of spaces are available all the time, or what is the rationale for choosing such an early morning period in it? Is the assumption that if someone's in the area as a resident, they have parked all night, and 6:30 is a reasonable time to suggest that they should still be at home and parked in the location they're used to parking in?
That is kind of a question there, but well, since you've asked it, may as well. So bring in, you mentioned O'Callaghan, so maybe it's a question from Nicola as well, but Mr. Clark, in terms of those, the pictures you presented, could you give a bit of clarity in terms of the thinking process of those? Did you just turn up at certain times and that's how it was? Or what we're meant to represent, Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Chair and Alderman. So the times the survey was carried out was, as you said, 6:30 in the morning and again at 7:30 at night. So the purpose of that was that they are two peak times, as you said, that you would expect residents to be at home and not, typically out during the day at work. So that was to show at those two, as I say, peak times, it'd be typical of residents to be parked outside their property. And as the picture showed, that there was sort of adequate parking at those times that the surveys were carried out, and they were carried out on consecutive days over a 2-day period. So it wasn't a one-off visit. It was.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I think that sort of clarifies that point. Okay, members. So we were in the debate and then back in the questions. Now we're definitely back in the debate. Any further debate? Where members are leaning, now we're moving to the proposal stage. Okay, members, no lights on, so moving to the proposal stage. Any proposals on the floor in this matter? Councillor McAlinton, I think you were in first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to propose a recommendation, please.
Okay. Just check, does that have a seconder or just to check it's valid? Does anyone want to second it? Councillor Toman, you want to, okay. Okay, Councillor Toman, Alderman Anderson, you're in next.
Thank you, Chair. I would propose that we defer this application this evening. And what has already been discussed, that we get further information back in relation to the many issues that's noted, I'm sure, earlier on by Louise, and which Anne talked about there as well. That we get some more meat on the bones here to see where we are as a council going forward in relation to not only this application, but possible future applications. And I keep coming back to where is the tipping point here in the changing of an area. So you can maybe work something out of that proposal. Thank you.
Well, I think it's deferred based on additional information in regards to how this will affect further HMO applications in the context of not having HMO plans, that sort of, plus the issues that's where we're reaching. I mean, okay, see if it has a second. Councillor Nicholson, you looking to second that, or are you in a different item? Oh,
different. I just wanted clarification that Councillor McAlin's proposal included the conditions, the added conditions into the approval. Just clarify that.
Having a look at Councillor McAlinton, and he has given me a nod about that additional condition with regards to amenity. But I'll just bring in Councillor Nicholson or Councillor McAlinton to confirm that.
Yes, Chair, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, and just in terms of Alderman Anderson's proposal, is there a seconder for Alderman Anderson's proposal? Seconded by Councillor Nicholson or Alderman Wilson. Getting the councillors mixed up here. Okay, members, any other proposals? Okay, so we're going to have to go to a vote on this one, but I'll just lay the land where it is. So we've proposed by Councillor McAlinton, seconded by Councillor Toman to accept the recommendation with that additional condition about amenity in terms of the bin issue. And then the second proposal is from Alderman Anderson, seconded by Alderman Wilson, to defer the application pending additional information which was outlined there. Okay, members, we're going to have to go to a vote then. I'll just get myself sorted here. Okay, members, so I'm just going to go through and call your name out and then bring you in. And just if you could wait till you're up on the screen before giving your vote, that's okay. So this is a proposal from Councillor McAlinton, second by Councillor Toman to approve the recommendation. So Alderman Anderson, you're in first.
Against, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Alderman Barr isn't present. Alderman Twyble.
In favour. Sorry, I'm too early. In favour.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble. Alderman Wilson.
Against, in favour of the deferral.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair, in favour for the proposal on council policy, on planning policy.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor McGlynn.
For, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGlynn. Councillor McLeod isn't here. Councillor McGill.
For, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. Councillor McNally isn't here. Councillor Nicholson.
For. For, Chair.
You think we're hitting golf balls? Okay, Councillor Savage.
For, Chair.
Councillor Toman.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Against, Chair.
Thank you. Myself for. So just count these up, members. Okay, members, so that was 8 in favour of the proposal and 3 against, so therefore that proposal is carried and Alderman Anderson's fails. Okay, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Councillor McEnroe and Mr. Clark for taking time out of their day to present us at this committee and wish us all a very good evening. Okay, thank you, members.
Chair. Excuse me, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Damien, go ahead.
Chair, I was just going to check with you before you finished. Did you want us to come back with the wording of that condition at the next meeting, or did you want to try and agree the wording now before we leave the issue?
We'll bring in Councillor McAlinton. You content to leave it to next meeting? Yeah, content to leave it next meeting, Damien. Come back with that.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, members, thank you, Mr. Clark and Mr. Councillor McElrath. Okay, members, we're straight into Appendix 3, which is application number LA08/2017/0553/F. Just check that everyone's in the Zoom who's meant to be. Okay, I'm seeing James McConnell in the Zoom room. Okay, members, as noted, an addendum report has been circulated and there's been written representations in objection to the application. These have been received from Philip Scott and Mel Highlands. They're contained in their decision time, and as noted, there is an addendum report. But first off, I'm going to hand over to Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. So where are you, Liam?
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the proposed 3-storey apartment block with 2 stories fronting onto Lennon Hall Street and a 3-storey rear return. The lands are located at the former Banbridge Medical Centre on Lennon Hall Street in Banbridge. The application is before the committee because there have been more than 4 objections received from different postal addresses. This application site is located within Banbridge Town Centre as defined in the local area plan. The application site is part of a larger zoning in the local area plan at Lennon Hall Street Commercial Road and is zoned as a development opportunity site. There are a number of key site requirements associated with this site. The key site requirements do not exclude any particular form of development, and therefore the principle of apartment development in this site is acceptable, subject to the meeting other material planning considerations. Members are advised that the proposed development as submitted complies with all the key site requirements as set out in the LDP. In terms of design, layout and impact on residential amenity, officers have assessed the proposal in line with the criteria specified in QD1 of PPS 7 and the relevant sections of the addendum to PPS 7 and policy -2 of the planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland. Officers are satisfied that the development respects the surrounding context and is appropriate to the character and topography of the site in terms of layout, scale, proportions, massing and appearance of building, structures, landscaped and hard surface areas, and therefore complies with criterion A of QD1. Members are advised that features of archaeological and built heritage have been protected in the overall design and layout, and no landscape features have been lost as a result of the proposed development. Officers consider that adequate provision has been made for communal amenity space as per the advice contained in creating spaces, and landscaped areas are proposed as an integral part of the development. The site is located within the town centre of Banbridge, and therefore prospective residents will have easy access to local neighbourhood facilities, such as schools, creches, surgeries, local shops and play facilities. In this respect, no neighbourhood facilities are therefore required. Officers are content that a movement pattern is provided that supports walking and cycling, and the site is located approximately 100 metres from Banbridge bus depot and therefore has convenient access to public transport. For the reasons set out in detail in the report, in respect of parking provision, officers are of the opinion that the proposed development complies with criteria F of QD1, PPS 3, DCAN 8, creating places and the advice in parking standards. Officers are of the opinion that there's no unacceptable adverse impacts on residential amenity that will arise for existing or any potential occupiers, such that the proposed development complies with criteria H of QD1. Officers are content that development is designed to deter crime and promote personal safety as per criteria I of QD1. In terms of access and parking, there will be a total of 24 number communal parking spaces proposed as part of the development scheme. This represents a 69% provision of the 35 spaces required as set out in the published standards. For the reasons set out in the body of the report, officers are satisfied that a reduced parking standard is acceptable in this town centre site. In terms of flooding and drainage assessment was submitted in support of the application, and both DFI Rivers and NIA Water Management Unit were consulted. Neither raised any objection. In that regard, officers consider that there are no flooding issues associated with the proposed development. Consideration of the third-party representations are set out in detail in the body of the report. No consultees have raised any objections, and approval is recommended subject to the suggested conditions. Just take you through the PowerPoint. Yeah, this is the location of the site within the town centre location of Banbridge. You just notice just behind the iconic Downshire Hotel. Next slide, please, Ruth. This is just a site location plan showing the site outlined in red. The small triangular section to the left-hand side is the other part of the zoning, which is not part of this application site, but is part of the larger zoning as set out in the LDP. Just an aerial view of the site, and you can see the redundant former medical building that presently occupies the site on the area of Hardstone. This is just a site layout plan. These are the proposed elevations, and you will note the existing apartment block that is immediately adjacent to the application site. You can see the 2-storey frontage of the elevations of the proposed development and a 3-storey rear return. These are the elevations and site sections that were provided in support of the application to allow us to assess separation distances and change in levels. And again, just the proposed floor plans. These are just the walls and fence details of that will enclose the site. Just the PSD drawn for the adoption of the footpath. This is a view of the site from Linen Hall Street. You can see the existing apartment block there. Our proposed site is to be where the blue arrow is. This is from the rear of the existing apartment block, and you can see basically looking back up onto Linen Hall Street and the existing building of the old GP surgery there that's still in situ on the site. Again, another view from the rear parking area of the existing apartment block, and you can see the redundant buildings that occupy the application site just under the blue arrow. And again, just another view of that showing the existing boundary treatment that runs along the back boundary that's adjacent to Downshire Gardens. This is a view of the site from the alleyway at the that runs basically parallel between the bungalows at Downshire Gardens. You can see the existing apartment block, and you can see the annotated arrow which will show the position of the proposed apartment block that's proposed in this development. Again, this is just a view of the existing boundary treatment at the back of the bungalow properties in Downshire Gardens. So that's the rear boundary that's beyond the scope of the application site that will be retained. And again, just a view of that rear boundary from the rear, one of the rear gardens there, or the properties in Downshire Gardens, the small bungalows. And again, that's just further along. You can see the blue arrow annotating the existing buildings, and that's the position of the proposed apartment block and where it will be situated. Again, just another view of the application site from further along Linen Hall Street. You can perhaps just make out the existing buildings that currently occupy the site. You'll see that they're single story to the front and they have a 2-story element to the rear. Again, this is a view just from the junction there of Linen Hall Street and Commercial Road, looking back, and you'll see the blue arrow annotates the application site. It's difficult to make out the existing buildings because of the sun. And again, just a view from that junction showing this sort of how that will turn the corner there and lead on to Commercial Road from Linen Hall Street. This is just a view across the site frontage, so you'll get an appreciation of the drop in levels from the path that runs along the front of the application site. You'll see the existing apartment block in the background there and the existing buildings that occupy the site in situ. And again, that's just basically looking back along the same way. You'll see the existing buildings that are presently on site, and you'll see the drop in levels that run across the site. This is a view from further along Commercial Road at the point of entry into the site. So this is the 2-story element to the rear of what was the former GP surgery that has become redundant, dilapidated, and largely in ruin. And again, that's just another view looking back, showing the single-story element that fronts onto the Linen Hall Street road frontage there. And that's just a view basically looking back along that boundary that what you've seen previously. It's just the other side of it, looking at from the rear return of the present occupation or the present application site. And again, just a view from further along the Commercial Road, basically looking back towards the site. So you'll see how it turns the corner there, and you'll see the proximity of the bungalows to the left-hand side and the point of entry that is to be extended to basically provide a means of access to the site. And again, it's a similar sort of view just to give you the overall context of how the development will turn that corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. Okay, members, also with us on Zoom is James McConnell from Ralston Architects to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Mr. McConnell, you're very welcome here at committee, and again, apologies for the long wait. It has been a long evening. So you have 3 minutes. You should see a timer up in front of your screen. Can you see that okay, Mr. McConnell?
I can indeed, thank you.
Okay, so it's going to hand over to you, and as soon as you begin to speak, it's going to count down. So over to yourself.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chair. This site it's in an important and prominent location near the town centre of Banbridge, and as such, it has been identified and zoned within the Council Development Plan as a development opportunity site. In terms of the overall design of the scheme, a KSR, a key site requirement of the local area plan, is that the scheme provides a built frontage of at least 2 stories along both Linen Hall Street and Commercial Road. The reason for this is that in order to create a high quality streetscape along Linen Hall Street, that sort of height is required in accordance with good urban design principles and guidance such as the UK Department of Transport Manual for Streets. The 2-story high facade will create an appropriately proportioned street in terms of width and height to create a suitable sense of enclosure for pedestrians and other users of the street. The street is currently very poorly defined with a weak edge created by the existing derelict doctor's surgery building, and this proposal seeks to address this. The fact that the 2-story facade is a minimum height requirement was a key driver behind the development of the scheme design. We have proposed a 2-story high facade addressing Linen Hall Street in order to satisfy this council local area plan requirement. but we have not exceeded a 2-story facade in order to minimize any visual impact on existing residential dwellings. The scheme is therefore as low as possible in order to comply with the development plan guidance and good urban design principles to the north along Linnenhall Street, and the minimum height requirement has not been exceeded in order to minimize the visual impact of the scheme to the south. In terms of site planning, care has been taken to locate the building as far as possible to the north of the site along Linnenhall Street, and therefore all development is located as far away as possible from existing dwellings to the south. A generous planting and soft landscaping scheme is proposed in order to create a high quality and attractive scheme for Banbridge and provide much needed housing for the local area, which is fully in accordance with planning policy and statutory requirements as has been outlined in the planning report. So thank you, Chair. A little bit of time in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell, and you're well within your time. And again, you'll be staying with us, and any members can ask you any questions throughout the meeting. Okay, members, that's the representation. Again, as noted previously, there was an addendum report circulated after a couple of additional written representations were received. So we're now into the question phase. Any questions, members? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question here. Aware of obviously the local residents' concerns as regards another apartment building being placed beside them. I think there has been a lot of antisocial behaviour with the current apartment block that is beside them. Just one thing I was picking up on is actually the parking spaces. I think now if I have my numbers right, there's 24 going to be passed where it should have been 36. Now, I noticed there in a previous application there was a parking analysis done. I think if you can see from those pictures and the presentation, along Linnenhall Street, there's quite a number of cars parked. What consideration has been given to the overspill of cars? The only really place there is round the corner within the pensioners' houses, Downshire Gardens or Legion Court. I'm just concerned that the overspill of those cars will end up being parked in those areas instead of somewhere more suitable.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I think that's one for Liam. So would you be able to go into a bit of detail about the whole car parking situation and so on, Liam?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Essentially, yeah, this is a reduced parking standard that's advocated in the creating places, but essentially, because this is what's considered a town centre site, it's acceptable to provide a reduced standard. And we have looked at the proximity of a public car park, approximately 30 metres from the application site as well, as one of the key factors. And the fact that, it is a town centre site, there are public transport links, there's a bus depot, there's different things that we've looked at, and that's all set out in the detail in the report. But yes, there is a reduced standard, but that would be deemed acceptable in a town centre location. It wouldn't be abnormal.
Thank you, Liam. Do you want to come in again, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Just that public car park, which was mentioned, is actually a pay and display car park. So I don't think it'll be somewhere where people will be choosing to leave their cars for substantial periods of time. It wouldn't be sort of a plan B for your own car to be parked in there. That's just one of the concerns I had as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I was going to come in and ask whether it was pay or display or not. I know there's a lot of them in Banbridge there. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. And you'd need plenty of £1 coins if you're going to park there. Look, just if I could just ask the agent, I'm just interested in what type of demographic they're going to be appealing with these apartments. Are they going to be going to the investor market, or they're trying to cater to young professionals or active elderly? I'm just keen to understand what type of demographic they're looking into the apartments once, if they're approved, and who they're trying to cater for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Mr. McConnell, would you want to come in and give us maybe some kind of background in terms of target market?
Okay, well, I think this is slightly open at this stage, but there'd be quite a keen preference for an element of social housing within this scheme, which I think there's a huge demand for that in the area. So in order to satisfy that, the developer would be more than willing to provide a generous allocation in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. You want back in there? Oh, sorry. Do you have anything more there, Ken?
Well, no, just, I mean, it's still to be determined, but yes, that'd be the general approach.
Thank you. Councillor Savage?
Well, sorry, Chair, I'm all right.
Okay, members. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Liam, for your report. And Liam, I just want to discuss the separation distance because obviously it states in the report that in this type of development, if I'm reading it right, would be 30 metres, but we're down to 26.5. And there is a sort of a concern, you know, you can sort of see the scales in the section between the sort of, you know, the I'm assuming there's single-story bungalows and this. So is there any mitigation measures to sort of take away from that, you know, that overlooking aspect which it refers to in creating places, Liam? You know, I appreciate it's 26.5, but it's not 30, which is recommended. Is there additional planting? Is there screening? What is there to try and sort of preserve the amenity of the residents along the adjacent to the site? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Liam?
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson, the 30 metre figure is sort of more for greenfield sites and lower densities, of which we don't consider this site to be. So we think we're getting quite a high figure in terms of the 26. That's advice for specifically a greenfield site or where the lower densities occur. You know, you have an apartment block next door, which is high density. This is a town centre site where you would expect a higher density. In that regard, a 26.5 metre separation distance we feel to be acceptable. In addition to that, the rear boundary, which maybe if Ruth could pull it up, I could try and show you the sort of existing boundary definition along the back boundary with the bungalows to the rear. You'll see a very substantive hedgerow. That's actually, you'll see that hedgerow there, yeah, just on maybe the next photos. There's quite a few of them. You can see the hedgerow again and the height of it. And that's beyond the scope of this application site, so that's being retained. So, I mean, there's quite a substantive boundary there that's not going to be affected. In addition to that, we're getting a 2 metre high wall inside of that to basically encompass and enclose the application site. So there will be substantive boundary treatment in addition to what's currently on site.
Thank you, Liam. You content, Councillor Nixon? Okay. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Just Damien had commented on a previous occasion as regards demand for the types of housing. How is it the decision made that there's a demand in this or in Banbridge in that area for apartments? How is that, you know, what's the criteria for that? How is that worked out as opposed to, say, bungalows or townhouses or whatever? How is that decision come to?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Maybe it's one for Mr. McConnell in terms of where he's getting that sort of demand for social housing, where those figures come from the housing executive, Mr. McConnell, or that you're aware of?
That's right. Thank you, Chair. Yes, figures from the executive for, I suppose, the units and the type of accommodation that is most in need in the area. So that combined with the geometry of the site and the split level where single level bungalows would actually be invisible from Linnenhall Street and wouldn't meet the development plan. So it's really the two elements, the development plan coming together with the need in the area from the executive has led to the form and the type of accommodation.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. You content, Councillor Wilson? I know housing executives do come to council every year and the different areas where there's sort of housing waiting lists and things, and I'm not aware of the ones in Banbridge, but I know different places in Lurgan would have high needs and things like that. Liam, you've put your hand in to come in. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, it was just to clarify that there's nothing in the key site requirements that required the site to be developed for apartments, but one of the key site requirements was that you had to retain a 2-story elevation onto Linen Hall Street. And you'll appreciate with the topography of the site that it slopes back. It almost lends itself to that form of development because of the sloping nature of the site. Because if you're putting a 2-story front facade onto Linen Hall Street, you're obviously going to get a drop in levels across, which would give you the sort of 3-story rear return that we have in the application site. So there was sites constraints with that as well.
Thanks, Liam. So it's almost, that is quite constrained, and that 2-meter height is still going to be that 2-story height still going to be there in terms of so potential overlooking issues, but that's required, and that naturally is going to cast a spread there. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Let me back in. Just a question for Liam, just for clarification. The building next door, I've seen it. Is that apartments at the minute? The building that's next to it. I can't pick it up there at the minute. Just for clarification, what's the use of that building? And obviously, that would sort of be closer to the adjacent dwellings than the proposal. Would I be right in saying that, Liam?
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson, you're quite right. It's an apartment block, and it is quite closer, and it does actually have balconies on the rear return, believe it or not.
Thank you. You can thank Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, any other questions here? Not seeing any other lights on at this point, so we're content to move out of the question phase into the debate phase. Okay, members, move into the debate phase. Any members want to give views and sort of where they're sort of feeling in terms of this application? Otherwise, we'll move into the proposal stage if there's no members wishing to give a view on the debate stage. Okay, members, not seeing any lights on, so we'll move into the proposal stage. Any proposals on the floor, members, on this one? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. I think we've debated this one quite well as well. And Liam, thanks for answering all the questions. But given the answers that was given tonight, Chair, I think I would be happy to propose this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Is there a seconder to that? See if it's valid proposal. Alderman Twyble. Okay, Alderman Twyble seconded that. So proposal from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Twyble to accept the recommendation. Any other proposals on the matter, members? Okay, not seeing any lights on. We're all agreed, members, on this one? Okay, members, we're all agreed. Okay, I'd like to just thank Mr. McConnell for participating in this meeting and allow you to get on with the rest of your evening. We're going to keep trucking here. Okay, members, we're on the Appendix 9, application number LA08/2018/0683/F. Just check everyone's in the meeting who's meant to be. Hello. Just checking Stuart Beatty QC, are they all ready to go there in their meeting room on Zoom? And Stephen Hughes. I think they might just need a minute or two there, members. Okay, I've got Stephen here. Can I just check in the Stuart Beatty QC room? You're all ready to go? Just give me the thumbs up. If you can hear me okay? Yep.
Yes, thank you,
Chairman.
Chairman.
Ready to go? Okay, so everyone's ready to go. So members, we're on to, I said, application 9 or appendix 9, application number LA08/2018/0683/F. Members, just note an addendum report has been circulated on this one. So first off, I'm handing over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. Officers have taken that members have read the report, including the addendum in full, so this will be a synopsis only. The application site is located in unzoned land within the settlement limit of Tassa. Land has not been zoned for specific uses in these small settlement limits in order to provide flexibility. Consequently, a variety of uses may be acceptable. The site is adjacent to an LLPA which runs along the river corridor, and to the north of the site, the application proposes to retain the trees within the LLPA, and no parking is proposed within the LLPA. The use of the site as car park is a sui generis use in planning terms, and officers have concluded that principle of development of a car park on the site is considered acceptable unless material considerations indicate otherwise. In regard to the design of the car park, officers contend that the proposal complies with policy AMP9, design of car parks of PPS 3. Noise and impact on residential amenities and material considerations, and officers have carefully considered the representations made by the property at 130 Tassa Road. And a noise impact assessment and lighting report has been submitted, and acoustic barriers to be provided to the rear of the site and the site of number 130 Tassa Road. The noise impact assessment concludes the maximum predicted noise level at the closest receptor is lower than the World Health Organization recommended external daytime and nighttime noise levels. Furthermore, the lighting report concludes that no detrimental impact from light nuisance experienced by any property due to the design, location, and lighting provided. Officers in consultation with the Environmental Health Department are satisfied there will be no significant adverse impact on the amenity of adjacent dwellings by reason of noise or light pollution. Furthermore, officers are satisfied there will be no significant adverse impact on the amenity of adjacent dwellings by reason of overlooking, overshadowing, or loss of light, and no adverse impact on public health, such as the proposal complies with the SPPS. The application proposes to permanently close up the access to the car park to the east of 130 Tassa Road and use an existing access which serves the industrial buildings to the west of 130. Officers in consultation with DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, have considered the information provided and are content that the use of the access as proposed to the west of 130 Tassa Road can adequately cater for traffic entering and leaving the site without any unacceptable impacts on highway safety. As regards to flooding and drainage, the strategic flood map indicates that a portion of the site lies within the floodplain. A flood risk assessment has been submitted and has determined that proposed development is not affected by a floodplain, such that the proposal complies with FLD 1 of PPS 15. Officers are also satisfied the proposal complies with policies FLD 2, 3, and 4 of PPS 15. As regards to policy FLD 5, development in proximity to reservoirs, DFI Rivers Reservoir inundation maps, indicate the site is an area of inundation from Clay Lake, Darkley Lake, and Tulnawood Lake reservoirs. Policy FLD 5 states that development will only be permitted within the potential flood inundation area for controlled reservoir as shown on the strategic flood map if the applicant can demonstrate that the condition, management, and maintenance regime of the reservoir is appropriate to provide sufficient assurance regarding reservoir safety so as to enable the development to proceed. DFI Rivers is in possession of information confirming that Clay Lake Reservoir has condition assurances. However, it has not been demonstrated to officers that the condition, management, and maintenance regime of Tulnawood Lake and Darkley Lake is appropriate to provide sufficient assurances regarding safety, reservoir safety, as such a proposal is contrary to policy FLD 5 in this regard. DFI Rivers have carried out an assessment of flood risk of people at the site for an uncontrolled release of water from Darkley and Tulnawood Lake reservoirs. As a result of this analysis, their overall hazard rating at this site is considered high. This is considered by DFI Rivers to be an unacceptable combination of depth and velocity for this particular development proposal. Policy FLD 5 of PPS 15 states there will be a presumption against any development located in these areas where it is indicated that the potential for an unacceptable combination of depth and velocity arises. As such, a proposal does not satisfy policy FLD 5 from reservoir flood risk assessment from these reservoirs, therefore contrary to the SBPS and FLD 5 in this regard. The Planning Act contains the following mandatory provision. Where in making any determination under this Act, regard is to be had to the local development plan. Determination must be made in accordance with the plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. There are material considerations associated with this site. Notably, the introduction of the car park was found to cause no material harm to predicted local reservoir floodplain. A shortfall in car park provision The fact that the public road which runs parallel to the Basil Shields lies within the same flood inundation area, road safety concerns and economic considerations of the established business. Officers are of the opinion that in the absence of the car park area currently under considerations, customers would have to park along the public road, which is also partially located within the predicted inundation area from the reservoir. A sufficient and safe parking provision for both customers and staff is not available in the existing approved parking area. Officers are also mindful, as agreed by DFI Rivers, that in the event of a flood inundation from the reservoir, the distance that people would need to walk to safely reach the muster point in the event of reservoir flooding is no greater from the car park than if the car park were not present and people instead parked on the main road. Rivers have also confirmed that the introduction of the car park was found to cause no material change in the projected local reservoir floodplain. Furthermore, the parking of cars along the public road would present road safety concerns. The hydraulic model identified that flood water from a total reservoir failure would take over 1 hour to reach the development site, with a further 29 minutes required between the water first reaching the development site and the peak inundation occurring. In contrast, it would take a person walking at an average speed 42 seconds to move from the furthest location within the northern or southern car park to a safe muster point beyond the reservoir floodplain. In considering the information received by way of accountants and audits, independent report, the employment investment of figures of the premise in which this car park is required is also noted and is a material consideration. As such, while the application is contrary to policy FLD 5 of PPS 15, also consider these material considerations weigh considerably in favour of the proposal. All the material considerations, notably impact on surface water, protected species, habitat regulation assessment, have all been undertaken and assessed and no issues of concern. There have been 8 number of objections from 1 number of postal address, and this has been fully considered within the report. Officers have objectively assessed the proposal against all the material considerations, notably the shortfall in parking, the road safety aspect, the impact of the development of the flood inundation area, the economic considerations of the premises, and are of the opinion that these should be given determining weight in the overall planning, balancing exercise in relation to the proposals. In coming to this conclusion, officers considered all relevant matters that have been raised, but the benefits that arise outweigh the proposed conflict with Plan Policy FLD 5. And on this basis, officers are recommending this proposal be approved. Taking to the presentation, members. So that just shows the location of the site within the general area. You can sort of see to the south of Tassa there, Arcady, that's one of the lakes is in consideration. And that's an aerial view of the site at the present time. It's currently in use as a car park. And that's the site location plan outlining the site with the area in blue under the ownership of the applicant, and the Basil Shields premises to the right there on the other side of the Dundrum Road. That's a proposed layout. The present time you can see the river and the car parking area to note it. And then to the south there is an acoustic barrier to the rear and side of the property at 130 Tassa Road. There's a footbridge and acoustic fence details. So the footbridge over across the river, and then that's the acoustic fence detail to the rear of the property. You can see in the bottom left-hand side a close-up of where that fence will be. And that's the potential inundation area. You can see to the right, the entire road there is within the same flood inundation area. And also the opinion, if this car park were refused, people were forced to park along that road, which is in the same flood inundation area. And for people to get to the safe muster point, which is to the left of the access way from the car park, is no further distance than it would take to get away from the flood inundation area of the roadway. That's photo 1 showing the footbridge links, which leaves from the car park over to the Basil Shields establishment. That's just a photograph in the car park looking towards the footbridge. And that's the Basil Shields at the opposite side. It's just coming from the access way, looking down into the car parking area at present time. All the trees are to be retained. That's the location of the access. Is to be closed off because the road service have confirmed that the visibility displays coming out there are not to an adequate standard. And therefore, under this proposal, if members were reminded to approve, there's a condition to have that access closed up. And this is the access then it's going to be used. It's just to the rear of the property 130. That red arrow shows where the existing exit or the southern access is going to be closed up. So this will be the access that will be used if officers or members were reminded to approve. It's just a close up to the rear of the boundary of the property 130. You can see it's quite open at the minute. There's a concrete post and wire fence. The access proposed is beyond those containers, the right-hand side, so the other side of it. The acoustic barrier is just to go inside this side of it and then down this side. Yeah, that just shows the side boundary. There is existing closed board of fence, but there are partitions in it. The acoustic barrier has no partitions in it. It's completely a closed fence. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Members, we are joined by Stuart Beattie QC to make a representation in support of the application. Mr. Beattie, you're very welcome to committee, and again, thank you for your patience. It's been a long one tonight for all of us. You have 3 minutes to make your presentation. Hopefully in front of you, you should see a screen with 3 minutes up there. Just let us know, speak so we can make sure we can hear you, okay?
Can you hear me clearly, Chairman?
Yeah, loud and clear, Mr. Beattie. So I'm going to hand over to you now. I've got 3 minutes and the clock will count down whenever you begin to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Unusually, Chairman, I want to not deal with the application for a moment. This application didn't get off to a particularly good start, and I want to record my gratitude to the Council and in particular the officers for allowing the additional time to allow the expert evidence to be brought forward for it to be fully assessed by the officers rather than it going by default to the Planning Appeals Commission. I would not want that to be overlooked, and I am grateful to them for allowing that time. Chairman, the key issue really that we're here for is to assist if we have to on some of the issues and the issue regarding the floodplain policy. In simple terms, I've had a long-standing difficulty with FLD 5 because it is an absolute policy in the sense that it says if you can't give the assurance regarding a private reservoir, then there is a presumption against development. That offends against paragraph 3.8 of the SPPS, which retains what used to be called the guiding principle in favour of development. In other words, if there is no demonstrable harm that is caused to interests of acknowledged planning importance, then sustainable development should be permitted. Now, in this particular case, the flood risk assessments that have been carried out shows that the proposal is the equivalent of the existing proposals. And therefore, if they're in balance, there is no demonstrable harm to the replacement. What Ms. McAvoy has set out, which we agree with, are the countervailing positives in terms of reduction of traffic congestion, the absence of harmful amenity impact on any residents, the closure of an existing access, all of which point in the balancing exercise in favour of the development. But if I were forced back with none of those countervailing benefits, I would still say that where the expert evidence shows the matter to be in balance, the presumption in favour of development still applies. As I say, I've had difficulties with a number of the policies in PPS 15, and this is perhaps my favourite bugbear in terms of policy. Chairman, we don't intend to call any of the other witnesses at the moment. We have a roads consultant, we have our noise consultant, and we have our flood risk consultant if they're required to assist the committee with anything that may arise. And beyond that, that would complete my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Beattie, and you're well within your time. Members, as pointed out by Mr. Beattie, there's a number of other individuals who are attending via Zoom and who have speaking rights. They are Dr. Phil Hull, Flood Risk Consulting, Shane Carr from Irwin Carr Consulting, Stephen Hughes, NI Planning Consultants. And again, as mentioned by Mr. Beattie, all are able to answer questions. Any questions on this one, members? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Sinead and Mr. Beattie for their presentations. Sinead, just one question for you, really. I'm not particularly familiar with that area at all, but did I pick you up right that if this was refused, the patrons at this establishment would be parked along the road rather than, is this only car parking available at this establishment? And if it was refused, the parking either side of the road possibly? Thanks, Sinead.
Yeah, incrementally over the years, there have been a number of planning approvals attached to this establishment, the latest actually in 2013. And as a consequence of those, there was a small car park to the north of it, and those small car park has 13 spaces, I believe. When you look at this establishment in light of the parking standards, what we would do now, there is a need for up to 60 car parking spaces, and that's in light of the provision that they have planning provision for. So if this were to be refused, people would obviously just park in front of the Basil Shields restaurant and pub, as there's no double yellow lines to prevent them from doing that. And indeed, there has been correspondence from elected members that was the case prior to this application coming into play, and indeed forced the applicant's hand to go and construct the car park at the present time, and it is being used for the purposes ancillary to the Basil Shields car park. So we have no doubt that in light of the parking standards, the quantum of space is approved on a planning application. There's a shortfall in parking, and then forcing people to park along the public road. Yeah.
Thank you, Sinead. Content, Councillor Savage. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks everybody for their presentation, Sinead and Mr. Bailey. Sinead, my question is in relation to the two lakes. I noticed in the report, I'm assuming on the back of Mr. Beatty's presentation, they're privately owned, and therefore there was no available detail to say that they are in good shape, fit for purpose, and basically there's no risk. And I'm reading that right, aren't I? And on the back of that, then I suppose I know the area very well, and as I say, that road's a very narrow road, and I would be concerned if people were to start parking on that road. Sinead, I'm sure as you've been on site, you know how narrow that road is, and the difficulties that would create. But just so you clarify that the Tunnel Wood and the Darkley Lakes are reservoirs are privately owned, and therefore there is no available information to say that they are sort of fit for purpose and within regulation, whereas the Clay Lake is owned by DFI, and they have that information in file. Thank you.
Thank you. Sinead, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, those particular lakes are actually in the private ownership of local angling clubs, so they are privately owned. But what the applicant's agent and have done has prepared a reservoir flood risk assessment. So what they've assessed for us is a worst case scenario, a full breach and full failure of those. So what we've got here is an assessment of the worst case scenario. That may not be the case if that came to the case that there was an assurance certificate. It may be that there's a substantial betterment here. But we've assessed this as the worst case scenario, and that's why this is in the flood inundation area. But yes, they're locally owned by angling clubs, as far as I'm aware.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for letting me back in. So I suppose what you're saying is that what we're looking at there is the three reservoirs failing at the same time, and the water all coming out of them at the same time and basically flooding the area. Is that right?
Just to clarify, it's two of them. The other one has reservoir assurances, so we just looked at them, the two, sorry. But yes, you're right. If a worst case scenario, what would happen here? And indeed, if that was a worst case scenario, the time it would take for the flood risk to get here, it's over 1 hour, 30 minutes, and that has been material consideration. It's different maybe potentially if the site was right adjacent to one of these lakes, and the time for people to evacuate will be a lot shorter. That will obviously be in the balance mix. So we have considered that, as well.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Tolman.
Thanks, Chair. Not sure if it's a question for Sinead or the agent. It's just in relation to the other material considerations. It indicates that there's a shortfall of 7 bicycle spaces. Is that incorporated within the proposal?
Thank you. Maybe ask Sinead and the agent, so maybe Sinead first.
I had noticed actually one bike park when I was there, but that's not to say it's a dedicated parking stand. So maybe I'll leave that over to the the agent applicant, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's no worries, Sinead. So, Mr. Beatty, would you know which would be the appropriate one of your associates there would be able to answer that? Or?
Mr. Hughes is our traffic consultant, and I saw him raising his pen, which I hope is a good sign. He's remote. I have everybody else in the room where I can see them, Chairman, but I saw him raising his pen, which is a promising sign. So I'll hand over to Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Hughes?
Thank you, Stuart. Yes, thank you. There's 10 identified additional parking spaces for bicycles as part of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank Councillor Thomas. Okay, Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I have two questions, one for Sinead and one for Mr. Beatty. First of all, Sinead, can you advise what the area was used for previously? And secondly, to Mr. Beatty, if this application was refused, how would it affect the job opportunities within the bar? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. So that's the first question to Sinead.
There's no previous plan extant history attached to this site as when the previous use. Now, looking at the old historical maps, appeared to be old tanks for the additional creamery. Now, they probably didn't require planning permission because they, due to the nature of them, or maybe were pre-planning. But daily historical maps just showed there used to be old tanks here for the adjacent creamery. But there's no extant planning history on the site extant because there was previously a housing development approving this way back in 2009. But that's since expired.
Thank you, Sinead. And then Mr. Beatty, in terms of sort of the ramifications, in terms of refusal, in terms of that, the economic argument there, hand over to you.
Chairman, if you've been to the site and to the premises, they are something special in terms of a focal point in this area. They are remarkable premises. They're clearly very popular and very well run. There is no doubt that there is a demand for them for events such as weddings, such as funeral gatherings, and the parking and congestion on the street has been a matter of concern. I don't want to suggest that the premises would close. They've been there for a very, very long time, and long before I became a specialist in liquor licensing. But there's no question that that would have a detrimental effect in terms of groups and parties and gatherings. Whilst people are brought by bus on occasion, the car parking that's been in use has clearly been well used, and it has certainly helped to alleviate congestion, and it makes it a much more attractive location for people to come to. So the loss of the car park and the return to parking on the street without footpaths and without the usual paraphernalia of an urban setting is going to have a detrimental effect, and potentially a significant one, in terms of how people come to the site, use the site, and more particularly how the larger function and events for which they attract both corporate users and general members of the public would operate.
Thank you, Mr. Beatty. You can thank Councillor McLeod. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any further hands up, any further queries here. We can tend to move into the debate stage. Okay, members, we'll move into the debate stage. Any sort of views on this one? What way members are leaning at all? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. The way I'm leaning is that the report by Sinead is excellent, and the information that Mr. Beatty gave us as well in relation to the floodplain. My biggest concern would have been safety here. Having these cars parked along Country Road, dark evenings, there's very much potential for an accident, and we did highlight road safety in one of our earlier applications, and I think this is a clear example where this proposal is something that we need to consider, and I'm happy to propose it when the time comes if needed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Chair, and likewise similar thoughts as Councillor Savage, and the paramount is the safety of the pedestrians that's after using the facility. So thank you.
Thank you. I would have a similar kind of view as well in terms of that safety, and this is definitely a betterment to the current situation. Okay, members, any other views on this one? Move into the proposal stage. Okay, members, move into the proposal stage. Any proposals on the floor? Councillor McAleenan, thank you, on first.
I'm happy enough to propose, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, yeah, happy to second it. And as Mr. Beattie has said, I know this facility very well, and this is a focal point, and the road that it's on, if the cars that do attend it moved onto that road, I think we'd be getting inundated with complaints. So I think in the round, in the balance, I think it's been well debated. And again, Sinead, as usual, a greatly detailed report, and I'm happy to second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other proposals on the floor? Not seeing any other hands up. So proposal by Councillor McAleenan, second by Councillor Nicholson to approve the recommendation. All agreed, members? Okay. Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Beattie, and the rest of the team there for participating in this meeting. Hope you have a very nice evening.
Thank you, Chairman. I can see you've had a very long day. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, we've still 4 applications to go.
Five
applications to go.
I was aware of that as well, Chairman. You have many miles to go before you sleep. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to have a 5-minute comfort break. So we're back here at 5:02. Thank you. Could I ask IT to pause the live feed? Hi. IT to resume the live feed, please. Okay, members, that's us back. So Appendix 2 is next, but it's been removed from the schedule following receipt of information which requires further investigation by officers. Appendix 7 has also been removed from the schedule as it requires further consultation with NI Water. Next up with application 6, or appendix 6, application number LA08-2021/1091/F. Just confirm that the speaker's been admitted. Okay, members, you will note there's an addendum report has been circulated, which having a decision time. So I'm handing over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Plan Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Sinead.
Thank you, members. The reason the application is for the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee is because of a major application. Officers have taken, the members have read the report, including the addendum in full, and such this will be a synopsis only. The application site is located outside the designated town centre of Craigavon, and in policy terms is considered an edge of centre location. The SPPS seeks to secure a town centre first approach for the location of future retailing and to adopt a sequential approach to such developments are not within the town centre. Officers can confirm that sequential test has been undertaken based on the approximate size, type and range of goods being proposed. In terms of the SPPS, proposed site is sequentially preferable and there are no alternative sites in sequentially preferable location in the proposed catchment, which will require the proposal to be refused. Officers accept there's a qualitative need for the proposed development. The proposed store will have 2,435 square metres of gross internal area, providing a gross ground floor area of 2,233 square metres and a 2,002 square metre flush floor area. The store will have a net retail area of 1,421 square metres, while in comparison to the existing store, the proposal only generates an additional 132 square metres of net retail floor space. There still is a requirement for a retail impact assessment. Officers have assessed the retail impact assessment during the processing of the application and applied the relevant consideration for the assessment of retail developments as set out in the SPPS. Officers have also taken into consideration the issue of need. The impacts will not exceed 1.2% on any individual store, and the impact of the proposal on the convenience shopping function of Craigavon, Portadown and Lurgan town centres will be 0.5%, 0.2% and 0.1% respectively. The starting point on qualitative need is that the Lidl store already exists and is meeting the needs of a customer base that have been coming to this location for over a decade. However, the store is a first generation Lidl store and the applicant have assessed a need for change to the store design and layout to freshen up the direction of the store to maintain the customer demand and accommodate customer expectations. The proposal represents an investment of 3.5 million and will create 10 new full-time and part-time jobs. It will also support 200 jobs during the construction phase and result in an increase in rateable income for the council. Officers consider the proposed design, layout and landscape treatment are appropriate to the townscape and are sympathetic to the surrounding environment in terms of siting, layout and landscape treatment in accordance with SPPS Days 2 and the Plan Strategy of Rural Northern Ireland and a supplementary guidance in living places. The transport assessment form has considered the transport implications likely to be generated by the proposed development, and the conclusions drawn are the proposed access can meet the requirements of DCAN 15 and to adequately serve the proposal. The proposed car parking provision will be provided in accordance with the parking standard guidance, including that of cycle parking. DFI Roads, the common authority in these matters, have offered no objection to the proposal from a road safety aspect. All other material considerations have been fully assessed as set out within the report. Officers have considered and accepted the sequential assessment submitted, and there are no suitable, viable or available town centre sites that otherwise this development could be situated. Officers are also content that no other sites exist within other settlement limits in the catchment. The agent has also submitted a retail impact assessment of need that demonstrates the proposal will not have a significant adverse impact on the vitality and viability of existing town centres within the catchment. Officers taking into consideration all other material matters raised in response to consultation and publicity. Any material harm that development potentially gave rise to can be offset by the conditions opposed. On this basis and subject to the conditions attached, it is recommended the full planning permission be granted. Let's take to the presentation, members. That's the location of the site within the general area, so just outside the town centre boundary of Craigavon urban area. And that's the location of the site within the general area, so it's existing needle store and associated car parking area. That's a site location plan encompassing an existing store and an existing car parking arrangement. And that's the proposed layout. It'll be shifted slightly to the north of the site, and then the car parking around it, including the pedestrian path and around the proposed building. So that's a proposed elevation for a more modern sign with large areas of glazing to the side to provide a more modern store. And that's a floor plan, so that there shows the ground floor plan, and then to your bottom left there is the upper floor plan. That's a photo of the Lidl from the access coming in for you that everyone know about it. So it is quite dated. It's one of their old stores in relation to design. And that just shows it from the front of the site looking back. The area of vegetation along the rear there is to be retained and not be impacted upon. That just shows a close-up of the landscape and that will not be touched and is proposed and conditioned to be retained. That just shows a path to the town centre to the south and east of the site and will currently stay. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead. Members, join us also via Zoom with Dermot Monaghan from MBA Planning, who has speaking rights if members have any questions. Okay, members, we're in the question phase. Any questions from members? I would just have two quick ones myself. Sinead, do you know, would you be able to confirm the level of cycle parking provision within the application? And I know that there's currently no footpath or safe foot pedestrian access off the Baltay Road, but those other paths, so you had photos of access or provide safe foot access from a different route? So those would be my two quick questions, just the cycle provision and the safe footpath access.
Yeah, there's three separate cycle stands which can accommodate three bicycles each at the store entrance of the site. The existing pedestrian access to the site will be retained, and that provides the car parking provision within the site will have a dedicated pedestrian crossing across the car park to that access way. That access way then turns to the right, and that then leads you to the black paths and then along the north. So with regards to the policy, first of all, that it's replacement of leg for leg, and there's no requirement for really additional provision for pedestrian, but this site is linked by pedestrian and cycleways, and AMP1 of PPS3 will ask for a realistic choice of access. So there is a choice of access there for anybody that wants to go and visit this store, so it will meet with the requirement of that in regards to policy terms.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose it goes with the addendum to this and the question posed by a constituent just regarding the issue of electrical car charging bays. I think it's a positive intervention in many ways, and obviously with the direction of travel in terms of green energy and electric charging points, and there's a general deficit in the wider locality for charging vehicles, and that has been an ongoing theme. And I know there are a number of issues with ESB in terms of the rollout and repair. Well, the rollout of further charge points and the repair of existing ones. I think at one stage there about 50% of chargers generally weren't in a working state. So it's refreshing to see that a supermarket is putting this investment in. I'm just curious, is it by goodwill this is being done, or is there any sort of statutory rule that planners have insisted on that this is the case? And if not, it's perhaps something we should consider, where larger volumes of cars are going to be located for a particular period of time, that some charging provision is provided on a wider thing. Because I think Lidl is probably charging ahead with this, for want of a better description, and pun intended, of course, but it'd just be interesting to see if it is something within planners' powers to insist on.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Sinead, do you want to come back on that?
Our legislation was updated there in December 2020 to allow for these to be installed in certain areas without planning permission. So that was a welcome addition to legislation. No need to go through the progress of a planning application. Lidl stores in general, especially the new generation stores, have these within their car parking, and as the the agent has advised there will be 4 here, but just to ensure that that was in before operation and to give, I suppose, officers some control over it, we have asked that those 4 are put in prior to the opening up of this store. And we've also added that they do maintained in perpetuity so that they don't just be there, but they're up to the applicant to ensure that they're maintained. And I've also took note of Elderman Wilson's comments there as regards to major projects coming forth. And indeed, we as officers can ask and pursue that there. That's a point that I will take on board, Alderman Wilson.
Thank you, Sinead. Stand, Alderman Wilson. Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sinead. And I suppose it's on the back of Alderman Wilson's point. And I do recall, Sinead, at a workshop, it was brought up because, like, I have experience working with the planning policy from the Republic of Ireland, and as part of their policy that a development of this scale, it's policy, you have to provide a certain number of electric charging points. And it's something that I brought up at the meeting that I think we should consider, because as the direction of travel is at the minute, and I think, you know, there is going to be a larger move towards electric cars, and the likes of these developments, be it the likes of a supermarket or office development, large areas where there is cars, I think it's definitely something as a committee and as a council we should promote going forward. But that was just basically I wanted to add to that, you know, obviously what Alderman Wilson was just talking about there. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, any other sort of queries or at the stage we'll move into the debate stage? Okay, members, no lights on, so move into the debate stage. Well, again, my view, I think good application, be leaning towards approving. We've got the safe footpath access, good cycle stand provision, and again, the electric vehicle charging points, which certainly, if you're an electric vehicle owner, it's necessary, I suppose, if you're going to a shop. So certainly there are advantages to the business as well. But certainly there should be a firmer requirement. But it is great to see that this application is taking it forward and charging on, as Alderman Wilson put it. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I agree with you, and I think we'll all agree that it's going to be an improvement to the local environment. That a new little, you know, the store that's there is a wee bit dated and a wee bit tired looking. And in addition to what you're saying, there are electric charging points and car parking and footpath links. I think, you know, overall, I think it's again, Sinead, another excellently detailed report. It was very hard to find a question in it in relation, because it's all there if you read it. So, but no, look, it's something that I think it's happening in all the little stores. You know, they're modernizing, they're bringing themselves into the 21st century, which again is a reflection on their direction of travel with the charging points. So they're leading by example, you know. So thanks, Chair.
Completely agree, Councillor Nixon. Councillor Tolman.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this is a great news story for the area. You know, we have a little store, new one, opened up in Portadown recently last year. We have another one in Lurgan, which all very close in terms of distance. So it surely shows the strength of the area in terms of the local economy. And this proposal will bring 3.5 million investment to the area, which is certainly welcome, along with the new jobs. So, yeah, very positive.
Thank you, Councillor Tolman. Completely agree. Okay, members, any other views on this, or we move into the proposal stage? Okay, members, we move into the proposal stage. Any proposals on this one? Councillor McGlinton.
So proposed, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGlinton. Is that seconder? Alderman Twybull.
Very happy to second.
Thank you, Alderman Twybull. So proposal by Councillor McGlinton, seconded by Alderman Twybull to approve the recommendation. All agreed, members? Okay, all agreed. And I'd like to just thank Mr. Monaghan for attending via Zoom and wish him all the best for his evening. Okay, members, we're straight on to Appendix 5, application number LA08/2020/1557/F. And we're heading over to Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation. You've had a long way, Trudy, so I'll not hold you back now.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the retention of a dwelling and erection of detached garage, and is before you this evening as objections have been received from 4 postal addresses. With the agreement of members, should the application be approved, officers would like to add in the following condition. A 1.8 metre close-boarded wooden fence, as detailed on drawing number 02, revision 1, shall be erected prior to the occupation of the dwelling hereby approved and shall be retained in perpetuity thereafter. And the reason for that is to protect the amenity of neighbouring residents. We'd also like to amend condition 9 so that it reads the first floor window of the dwelling and the first floor window of the garage, both coloured green on the floor plans and drawing number 03, revision 2, shall be fitted with non-opening, obscured glazing and retained as such in perpetuity. And again, that's to protect the amenity of neighbouring residents. Permission had been granted on this site under planning applications O2013-0001F for a replacement dwelling and garage. However, the dwelling was not built in accordance with this permission. Members are advised that the site lies within the settlement limit of Armagh City, and during the processing of the application, the scheme was amended to reduce the height of the garage, which is currently under construction. The site is located on the main Armagh to Newry Road, where there's a mix of house types and materials used, and officers are of the opinion that a single detached dwelling on the site respects the pattern of development in this area, and that the design and materials used are acceptable. A number of objections were received during the processing of the application, and these have been detailed and considered in the report circulated. Officers are of the opinion that a number of these concerns have been overcome through particularly the amended garage details, and members are advised that consultation responses were all favourable. Officers are of the opinion that the proposal complies with planning policy and that the amendments applied along with the proposed conditions overcome the concerns of the objectors, and for these reasons officers are recommending approval subject to the conditions set out in the report. And I'll take you through the presentation. So this is our location of the site. We're just on the southern edge of Armagh. And this is our site location plan. This is an aerial photograph of the site. So this one is quite dated. So this is the old dwelling on the site. And you can see it's a wee bit more overgrown than its neighbours in that point. Next slide, please. So this is taken from directly across the road. So this is the dwelling as it is. And this is taken from within the site, just the frontage. Next one, please. Now this is taken from the side of the house looking back towards the garage under construction. And this is taken from the side looking back towards Knox's Hill. And this is then taken from 7 Knox's Hill looking back towards the site and the garage as it was under construction. This is taken then from the rear of the site looking back towards the dwelling. This is just taken from in front of the garage. And then this is taken from the other side looking back out towards the Newry Road. These are our proposed elevations of the dwelling and the floor plans. The windows that we have referred to, I had meant to mark on these which ones they would be. So the upper window on the first floor plan, it's to the ensuite. And then if you go to the next plan, Ruth. So the garage plans then show one upper window to the storage area upstairs in the garage, and that's the other window that's referred to. Next plan, please. So that's our existing and proposed layout. The existing shows the position of the original dwelling on the house on the site. These are contextual elevations. So the top one shows what was previously approved in 2013, and the bottom one shows the house as it has been built and as they're seeking retention of. So this is the site as it was in July 14. You'll see it was quite a small house even compared to its neighbours. And this is us in July 21, and that's showing the bottom part of the street, as it were, just to show you a mix of the house types in the area. And then the next one, please, that shows going north back into the city. And again, you'll see a range of house types, some with upstairs with windows, and then the 5 Old Coast Road is the 2-storey that you see. It's the lead into a development. And that's us. Thank you.
Okay, members. Thank you for that presentation, Trudy. Any questions or queries, members? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, it's focusing on the application site as of July 2014, that image, and you know, was looking at also in Google Streetscape to make it a bit bigger. And I suppose we can get the point of those that have objections, because what was originally there, whilst quite an old, seems to be like a felt roofed building, obviously not a great scale or size of a building at all. Not to put the point being that something should be replaced like for like. That's not realistic in today's terms. But I suppose what would be realistic to accept from a neighbouring resident's perspective is that what's proposed is built. And that hasn't been the case in this regard in terms of the ridge height versus ridge heights there of 1, 2, of 3 sort of houses that are closest to it. And I do get the point that further up the road there are varying ridge heights, but I'd be curious just to inquire the reasoning from Trudy on the initial approval in terms of the ridge height. I know it's a bit of an issue I have with enforcement because, you know, people get their application and we've seen it numerous times where they build on and then it's only through an objection or through some type of follow-up procedure that it's been found to be not built exactly to the proposal, and then there's a retention application put forward. But, you know, in this case it is noticeably higher and it is noticeably bigger in comparison with the neighbouring properties that all have, you know, the one beside there has the hip roof and it's all very constrained looking. It looks like they probably would have liked you know, to grow somewhat, you know, to have a larger pitch and more, you know, ceiling height and loft space and what have you. And that's been achieved with what the developer's done in this instance, but it's not within the plan as originally approved. So it's just to get the rationale. What was the view taken that the ridge height would be constrained in the initial proposal versus the acceptance that, oh, well, the house up the road has a higher one, so we'll have to let this go type of scenario.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Trudy, would you be able to provide some background to that?
Yes. Thank you, Alderman Wilson. The original approval was by the DOE, and from looking at the file, there was no indication that amendments were sought. It appears that that's what they applied for and was considered appropriate at the time. Obviously, in an urban situation like this, we're looking at the character of the area, but also whether it's going to have a detrimental impact on neighbouring properties, and that would be one of the main factors that we would consider. Now, in this application that we're currently considering, my understanding is it came to our attention after the house was built, but the garage was under construction, so it was the garage being built taller that actually caused residents most concern, and that's what actually was brought to enforcement's attention as opposed to the actual dwelling, which by that stage had the roof and all on it. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Trudy. You content, Alderman Wilson? Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Trudy's report. And I've driven past this, I think, for the last, I don't know how long, many months, and I've wondered what was going on. So it's now clear. Trudy, just give us a bit more detail in relation to, obviously you mentioned objectors and their concerns have been addressed. And you mentioned the garage, you know, just give us a bit more sort of detail what was being built, what they were objecting against, and now what we're faced with now. So is the plan that they're going to basically, they're going to reduce the garage down to what's shown in these drawings, and then the house with a higher pitch, it obviously than what was approved, is going to be sort of let go? And was it the garage was the main thing for the objectors? Just give us a wee bit more detail on that.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Nicholson. My understanding is that the construction work started on the garage and it appeared to be significantly higher than what was meant to be to the neighbouring properties, and it was that brought the neighbouring properties to us to say they thought it was amiss, and it was at that point then that when we got involved, we realised then that the dwelling itself was that bit higher. Now, what they've actually done is, when you measure it from ground level, it's 1.35 metres taller, but they've actually also reduced the front portion of the site by 0.2. So there's a net gain of 1.15 metres in overall height of the dwelling. The garage to the back then, it had essentially an upstairs to it with a recreation room proposed. And the idea is now that that will be reduced in height finished, and then it will be just retained as storage above. There'll be a much more reduced head height in there. The neighbours have all been reconsulted. I've spoken to one of them in particular who provided there were conditions in relation to the boundary treatment. And that's why we've added on the one to make sure that the close boarded fence that's shown in the plan is put up prior to occupation. They were content enough. It was predominantly the garage that caused most of the concerns. There was the other ones in terms of relation to the character of the area and that, but given that there's quite a variety of house types in the area, we didn't think that was sustainable, and we didn't believe that it was going to have an adverse impact on the amenity of the neighbouring properties.
Thank you, Trudy. Councillor Nicholson? Yeah. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any other lights on. The question phase. Okay, members, we'll move into the debate phase. Any views on this one, members? Where members are leaning? Or Councillor Duffy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. No real issues against it. I would just say if the ones like this send in pictures in future, they would have their proper scaffold around their sites and safety rails and stuff.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. We'll certainly all support health and safety in this committee. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair. Again, a very concise and detailed report on it. And as I say, I know the area well, and I've sort of watched to see what was going on, because it started off at a rate of building, then it just stopped. So obviously there's been a lot of questions answered tonight, but it's regrettable, Chair, that these things happen, that we have to come back to us and we're sort of given the fait accompli, and it takes somebody to object. But unfortunately, that's the system we have, and we have to work within it. But no, look, I think that because the objectors' concerns have been addressed, and their main concern obviously was the garage, and I can see Trudy's point that if you take the context of where the site is, yes, it's got 2 or 3 single stories buildings beside it, but if you move beyond that slightly, the character is quite different. There's different types of forms, so it's one of those ones where I don't think you could stand over and insist that it's single story, considering when it's had an approval for a second story or story and a half already. So I don't see any real massive issue with it, Chair, because as I say, the objectors' concerns have been addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and it's much in the same vein. I think it isn't a great advert in terms of planning when that does happen, and I think maybe in future work around the whole planning legislation, there's maybe scope. I don't know if building control would come on board with that as well. Just some more progress checks that these things could be flagged at a much earlier stage and then rectified or notified, and then generally, because I think there maybe is a culture out there of pushing the boundary, so to speak, in terms of you have an approval and you maybe add a bit here, do a bit there, and some of it has grown to be by default acceptable, and therefore it's allowable, and that sort of culture develops, and people know the system obviously, and we end up with these situations where things are bigger or taller and they do have an impact on neighbouring properties, but there's not a lot we can do, and to push it to the last degree is costly, it's impactful for all sorts of reasons. So that's just my take on it, but I fully understand how we've got here too. So.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. No other lights up, but see Damien's hand up on Zoom. Damien?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just in relation to the point that was made by Alderman Wilson. It's a very good point about the unauthorised development that's taking place and how we can do what we can do as a council to try and deter it. Look, as members might be aware, as a result of the service review that we undertook recently, we now have a protocol with building control where every month they will send us certain amounts of drawings to look at to compare planning against building control, so that there's an early identification of any breaches. And there's also, as part of that protocol, an arrangement where the building control officer, when he's on site, will look for anything that he thinks looks to him that it may be a material change from whatever planning may have granted approval for. And if they think it looks suspicious, they'll report it to us. So we do have that arrangement there, but it's difficult to police every site. I appreciate that, but it's what we're now trying to do to deter this unauthorized type of development from taking place. I just hope that gives members a bit of assurance around that.
Thank you, Damien. Seeing no other lights on the debate stage, moving to the proposal stage. Any proposals, member on the floor? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, I don't think we need to labour on this much longer, Chair. I think we're happy to approve the recommendation as for the reasons given previously. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Anyone willing to second that proposal? Councillor Duffy. Okay, so that's proposed by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Duffy to accept the recommendation. Seeing all our lights on, we're all agreed, members? Okay, we're all agreed on that one. And thank you, Trudy, for taking us through that. Last but not least, members, we have Appendix 8, application number LA08 2021/1671/A. Hand over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The reason the application is for the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee is because it relates to a major application. The application seeks advertising consent in relation to the recently approved Amazon Storage and Distribution Hub at Mahon Road and consists of 2 non-illuminated signs to be erected on the north and west facade of that building, 2 non-illuminated band sign poles, 8 non-illuminated signs identifying the flex point for the van drivers, 9 non-illuminated traffic circulation signs throughout the site, and 15 non-illuminated health and safety signs. As regards to the policy, in particular policy AD1 of PPS 17, officer content due to the fact there's no externally illuminated signs and it's over 180 metres from any residential property, but no light or visual pollution in relation to any sensitive receptor. Furthermore, the signage is required to aid drivers internally throughout the site and does not prejudice public safety. Following consultation with Environmental Health and DFA Roads, officer content proposal is considered to comply with the relevant planning policies, such the impact of the advertisement, amenity and public safety is considered to be acceptable, and for that reason, officers recommend that the consent be granted. Just done a quick presentation to allow members to see the signage, just to ensure that they're okay with it. So that's obviously the location of the site within the general area. I think it was a couple of months ago we had the approval for the large Amazon warehouse unit. So this is the existing site, if you may recall, outlined in red below. The hub is now fully constructed, and that's the site location plan as submitted under the advertising consent. So that's proposed elevations. The top of the existing and proposed elevation. So the top one is the existing north elevation, and directly under that is proposed, so you can see the Amazon sign. So it's not visually intrusive on the facade of that. And the third one is existing west elevation, and then the fourth is proposed. So just to note that that's the Amazon warehouse within that Mahon Industrial Estate. And that's the proposed signage. So the bottom left is the Amazon sign that's going to be in the building. Other ones are really required as Amazon purpose for health and safety throughout the site, and to note drivers coming to pick up areas and where they have to go to. And the fact that it's in a privately owned site and cannot be viewed from the public road, we are content in the consultation with the FI Road that this will not have an impact or prejudice public safety. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, any questions on this one? Any queries? Not seeing any lights on, members. Happy to move into the debate stage. Okay, we'll move into the debate stage. Any views on this one, members? Seems straightforward one to me, members. We'll move into the proposal stage. Any proposals, members? Proposed by Alderman Wilson, seconded by Councillor, or proposed by Alderman Anderson. Sorry, Alderman Anderson, I'm getting too tired here. Hope you don't take any offence. Proposed by Alderman Anderson, seconded by Councillor Wilson to approve the recommendation. We're all agreed, members? All agreed. So that meeting lasted 6.5 hours. Lucky it's finishing with new watches beeping, saying of a high level of stress. But before I go, just give thanks to Strategic Director Olga, legal advisor Anne, all the planning officers, our democratic services team, our IT team. Thanks to yourselves, as well, members, for the smooth run of this meeting, as well as all the citizens who presented at the meeting. Just up to me to wish us all good night, be Hawaii, and safe journey home. Could I ask the IT team to turn off the live feed, please?